Jeff.
Invocation, or are you going to refer to your colleague?
Yes, sir. We're ready. Go ahead.
All right. We're going to ask Commissioner from the 9th, Marion Williams, if he would lead us in our invocation and our pledge.
Did he hear you?
Commissioner Williams? Commissioner Marion Williams? I think we may have lost him. Yeah, I think we may have lost him. I'm going to go ahead and pray. Gracious and eternal God, we give you thanks on today for your presence. We thank you, Lord God, for your provisions and protections of how you ever yet watched over us during this unprecedented time of life, this season, Lord God, that we find ourselves in. We know that you are still yet God, and for that, we trust you. We hold dear to you, Lord God, and we ask for your wisdom and your guidance, your discerning today as we do the business of your people. And may we find strength in you today, oh God. This we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America,
and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
for all.
Okay. Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
Attorney Brown, I think in light of what we know that the general public is expecting a commission meeting at 2 o'clock. So what I'd like for us to do is to do a couple of things. There's an addendum agenda that's been presented to us. One of them is an item around finance, other engineering services. And then, of course, the commissioner from the first has an item. If we can move to add them to the agenda without objection, even if it's just debate purposes for discussion, we can at least do that. So if there's no objection, we'll add these to the agenda. All right, Madam Clerk, without objection. Okay. Now that we've got a, quote, complete agenda, I'm going to turn it over to you, Madam Clerk. I know that we have a proposed executive session agenda that's in front of us, but in light of what we know as, again, the general public's already here, I'd hate to have them waiting until 4 o'clock, then we come back. So if we can move expeditiously through the regular agenda, we can then come back to the executive session agenda.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. That's a good call.
All right, Madam Clerk, it's on you.
All right. Call your attention to our consent agenda, which consists of items 1 through 3. Item 1 is a request for a change of zone, a special exception, heavy industry affecting property located at 1811 Wilkerson Road. Item number 2 is a request for a change of zoning from a zone B2 general business and a zone R2 two-family residential to a zone B2 affecting property known as 1632, 1636 Walton Way, 1623 and 1627 Cleveland Street. Our consent agenda, items 1 through 3. Mr. Mayor, at the appropriate time, could we ask Mr. Sherman to acknowledge if there were any objectors to these planning petitions?
Madam Clerk, we can do that now. Now is certainly appropriate. I believe he may be coming in. Right. All right, he's being admitted now. All right, Director Sherman. All right, his audio's connected, Madam Clerk.
Could we ask Mr. Sherman to acknowledge
Okay.
any objectors
Madam Clerk, we can do that now. Now is certainly appropriate.
Uh,
I believe he may be coming in.
Mayor, Commissioners, there were no objectors to the two zoning applications that are before you.
Okay,
Thank you. Our consent agenda, items 1 through 3 with no objectors to our planning petition.
thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. At this time, I'll entertain any motions to add or remove from the consent agenda. Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner from the 8th.
Zoning application.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to first move 19 as was discussed with Ms. Bonner. And I want to add for consent 16 and 18.
Commissioner from the 8th, item 19, you spoke with Ms. Bonner and you're moving it to a time in the future. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, and number 16 and what number?
18.
18.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, Commissioner from the 2nd.
Yes, sir. I like on item number 21, I like to delete that item because there's been a little confusion about the understanding of what the objective was. So I'd like to delete that so we can have further discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I object to deleting the item.
So,
Well,
Let
let me say,
Deleting the item.
Well,
I object to deleting the item, so it stays on the agenda.
well, that absolutely stays on the agenda, but you might want to talk to them about it.
Well, may I use a different terminology?
Did you say?
May I postpone it until our first meeting and our next meeting?
Yeah, that sounds good too. Commissioner from the 6th, the author of this item has some very valid concerns that need to be addressed before this is debated on the floor. I would urge you to just at least speak with him
I'll
about
leave
it.
it on the agenda, Mr. Mayor. I'm leaving it on the agenda.
Okay.
For the next meeting or this meeting?
This meeting.
All right, Commissioner from the 1st.
yes, I'd like to consent item number 22 and item number 26.
I have an issue with 22.
Issue with 26.
All right. All right, Commissioner from the 4th.
I'm good.
All right, Commissioner from the 3rd.
I'm good, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Mr. A,
All right, Commissioner from the 2nd.
like to consent item number 15.
All right. All right, Madam Clerk, I'd like to consent item number 17.
Mayor, do we need to hear that update, or do you think we're good with consenting that?
I think we're good with consenting it.
Okay.
I'd like to consent item number 24. Okay. Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve as stated.
Mr. Mayor, could we
Yes, ma'am.
consider item number 2 on the consent agenda? That was one dealing with the consent order. Is the attorney on or?
Item number 2.
Yes, sir, from the consent agenda.
Okay.
If that's okay with the.
All right. Without objection. All right.
Motion to approve consent agenda with the items as stated.
Second.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Franum, Ms. Davis. Mr. Clark? Mr. Clark?
Yes. Yes.
Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy?
Yes.
Mr. Franum?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams? I think he's having trouble getting in. IT's working with him. That motion carries with Mr. Marion Williams out.
Okay. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do this.
The alcohol petition is for
Yes.
for reference. It's in
Let's
the-
do it.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay. Ms. Walton, can you? I don't know. Is Ms. Walton in, Mr. Mayor?
4. I don't see her yet. All right, we're gonna bring her in
She's
here.
in there as public. I think she just has her camera off.
Okay. Yeah, that's correct. It is off.
I did see her join when I let her in. I saw her.
Yep. I just asked her to start a video.
Yeah.
Hopefully she'll start it here in a second. All right, there we go. All right, Ms. Walton.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
We have alcohol number 20-38. It's a request by David Storin for a retail packaged beer and wine license to be used in connection with KJ's Market, IGA, located at 2512 Tobacco Road. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. There were no objections to this application. And if you don't mind, can I read the next one? He's the same applicant, so he won't have to come
Yes.
twice.
Absolutely.
Alcohol number 20-37 is a request by David Storin for a retail packaged beer and wine license to be used in connection with KJ's Market, IGA, located at 3457 Peach Orchard Road. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development with no objections.
Motion to
Entertain a
approve.
motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Afternoon,
Second.
David Brian Storin, 3841 Forest Creek Way, Martinez, Georgia, 30907.
Thank you, Mr. Storin. We have a motion from the Mayor Pro Tem and a second from the Commissioner from the third. Voting.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy?
Yes.
Mr. Franum?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Marion Williams? He's still alive. That motion carries with Mr. Marion Williams out.
Our next item is a alcohol number 20-39. It's a request by Pawan K. Barul for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Best Foods 2020, located at 5131 Mike Paget Highway. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development with no objections.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Pawan Burra. Yes, my business alcohol is location 5131 Mike Paget Highway. Home address is 4377 Second Drive, Epsiba.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Madam Clerk, motion to approve from the Mayor Pro Tem, second from the Commissioner from the 6th. Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Hold on.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams, Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams. That motion carries with Mr. Marion Williams out.
Our last item is alcohol number 20-40. It's a request by Suzanne M. Michelle for a Sunday sales license to be used in connection with R&R Bar and Grill located at 2706 Gordon Highway. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development with no objectors.
Suzanne Marie Michelle. My address is 619 Dunlow Circle, Evans, Georgia.
Thank you, Ms. Michelle. Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
That's a yes.
okay, Mr. Marion Williams. That motion carries with Mr. Marion Williams out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Inquire.
If Commissioner Marion Williams is having difficulty getting on, do you think we need to sort of wait until he can get on before we move any further, or be able to, I mean, his vote might be important.
Well, I might suggest that everyone's vote is important. As you well know, it's no different than any elections. You want to have your voice heard, your vote counted, and you know, to the degree that he's having technical difficulties, we have a very capable staff who I know is working diligently to try to get him where he needs to be. He just needs to work with him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, also an option that you can use your hand city phone. You know, you tap that link, so that may work for him as well.
Let me check.
I'm gonna say this right here. We've got staff working on it. Let us continue to do the business of the people. Okay. All of the suggestions are fantastic.
We just need
So moving.
That's all.
So moving
I know,
forward.
Madam Clerk.
We just needed an update. That's all.
So moving forward, if one of us is having technical difficulties, we all agree to wait on them.
Madam Clerk, next item.
That's what I thought.
Item number 8, Ms. Walton, is she still there, sir?
If it pleases the body,
All right,
deputy,
no, that may be Mr. Sherman. I'm sorry, number 8.
The deputy IT director is working with the commissioner from the 9th to try to get him back on. Again, you got to trust your people. Trust your people. Madam Clerk, back to you.
Okay, item number 8, Mr. Sherman, I believe. Is he there, sir?
Here, Rob.
Okay, number 8 is motion to approve proposed amendments to Augusta, Georgia Code, Title 6, Chapter 4, masseurs and masseuses, massage parlors and/or health spas to include deleting the regulatory fee, verifying the application fee, and throughout the code replacing license and inspection department with planning and development department and Augusta, Richmond County with Augusta, Georgia. So it's basically, we are deleting the regulatory fee. We have found out from the state that we are not allowed to impose a regulatory fee. So it's deleting that, and then otherwise just cleaning up the ordinance. It's an old ordinance. Formerly it had the administration of the ordinance was by license and inspection. We're changing that to planning and development department, changing Richmond County to Augusta, Georgia. And then there is an application fee that has always been included, but it's clearly indicated what the fee amount is. And that's the extent.
In the legislature, we'd call this, thank you, Mayor, Commissioner from the 3rd. Second.
Thank you.
Who's that?
Mayor Pro Tem Neal.
And Ms. Davis? All right, Mr. Clark?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy?
Yes.
Mr. Franum?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hassan?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams? Still out. That motion carries with Mr. Marion Williams out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk.
And Ms. Durant is here for item number 9. We have a delegation for that one, sir.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to bring her in. She should be in the public meeting room. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And IT has her presentation.
All right. Fantastic.
I don't see her at the moment, Mayor.
She's out there in the public space.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Jeff. Yeah, she's out there. She's with
Mr. Mark Border.
yes, with Jay. Mm-hmm.
Presentation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Jeff, you're okay. There we go. Excellent. If everyone else could mute your devices, that would be helpful at this time. Give you a chance to mute your devices while we attend to the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are you ready for me?
We are. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, and the IT department. We are proud to be here, and we want to thank all of you for your service and leadership, especially during the fact that we can't be here in person. We just appreciate your tough leadership at this time. I am excited to represent the Greater Augusta Arts Council today as Vice President of Public Art, but also the Chair of the Public Art Advisory Panel. And my background, I came here in 2014 to work under Barry White at the Convention and Visitors Bureau, a great mentor. But 6 years later, I can tell you that I am so excited in Dennis Brown being here at the helm of the CVB. I am now serving in a statewide capacity as Executive Director of the Georgia Association of Convention and Visitors Bureaus, representing 159 counties. So I have a wonderful opportunity for a unique perspective on seeing the arts across Georgia and the role it plays in economic development. I am local here at 816 Almond Place East, 30909, and again, proud to have relocated here in 2015. I want to thank you also for this agenda item placement. We are excited to give you an update on your current projects and the exciting return on investment throughout the community. Don't let the bullet points here scare you. We will offer highlights. We have so much to share, but we respect your time. And this, of course, is a presentation for you to keep. So there is the presentation outline, but it's an overview for you with now some specifics, and especially on some new items and some invitations for you all as well. Public art, of course, in Augusta, the Greater Augusta Arts Council, and you see our leader there, Ms. Brenda Durant, with some of our public art. We have since 2012 been the official public art agency for you in fostering and implementing the visual and entertainment components, vital to our local pride for all Augustans. And again, as we will reference several times, economic and community development, and truly destination development. You will also see a theme throughout the presentation here that public art across Augusta Richmond creates collaboration and partnerships at all levels. Please. Can I advance these?
We'll advance it for you.
Okay.
Just continue. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Some of this you have heard in the past about your public art master plan that was approved in 2017. It certainly continues to be our roadmap for continued implementation. It is our, it lays out our project goals for developing across Augusta Richmond, again, an arts destination, not just for visitors and guests to Augusta on business or leisure or convention, but also for our residents and locals. Please advance. The Public Art Advisory Panel, again, in an advisory capacity, you will see we wanted to show you here we have some new members of the panel, is a great representation of local leaders, various skill sets, all for the purpose of guiding the Greater Augusta Arts Council Board for future projects and recommendations, working with the various city departments. And we always have tremendous support, ad hoc and ex officio panel members you'll see here from local representatives, but also your various departments. We meet monthly. And at this time, I would like to mention, I could not go past this slide without mentioning that we are very grateful for the service of Ron Hawk with Recreation and Parks, and we share in your loss of Ron, and he was a terrific member of our panel. Advance. To highlight a couple of projects, the Harrisburg portal, and this should say, please excuse, there is an error there on March 13th, 2020. So unfortunately, right at the onset of the quarantine, the virus in March of 2020, this was a terrific project that had a lot of city interaction and support, a lot of input from residents here. And it is truly a vertical placemaker icon for Harrisburg. And again, you will notice the project and funding line, we like to highlight and show the different partnerships for the funding and making these projects happen. I will, of course, not kill you through PowerPoint with reading every slide. This is for you to keep and advance to the next. Highlight. Beacon Station, hopefully you have seen this. You'll see the photograph there to show the scale. This is a terrific project that is a great example of local company purchasing the sculpture in their budgeting for building the Beacon Station apartment project over there. And the Greater Augusta Arts collaboration was working with that developer from helping call the artists to all the way to the finished project and working the PR on that. Advance. The James Brown mural. So next week, October 27th at 2 p.m., we invite all of you to the outdoor event, the ceremony, where artist Cole Fail, and of course working with Benish and his team at the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and you, the City of Augusta, and the Arts Council. Traveling the state now, through the middle of the state. I'm in Macon all the time, Otis Redding, Little Richard. In Albany, of course, we've got Ray Charles sitting at his piano on the plaza. So thank you for the continued support of all the many James Brown pieces across Augusta. Just every time I have been down to see this project, there are people taking pictures and selfies and already doing the photo ops at this mural. And of course, we know what happens when social media and everyone's posting and where is that, and there's interest to find it. And that helps local businesses and drives the public interest in public art as well. So we're very excited about that. Please join us for that event. It looks terrific. Hopefully you have seen it. And in the spirit of funk, we will all be together socially distanced for that celebration next week. The Harrisburg Underpass murals here using local artists. It ended up being a husband and wife team on this. Again, this shows public community input from the neighborhood, the brightening of pedestrian areas, and the neighborhood flowers and beekeepers in the area are represented in the art and the colors here. So this was a great example of working with city engineering, but it also took working with Georgia Georgia DOT, GDOT for permitting and getting this project done. Advance. The Hillside Park mural, very interesting and really cool project here in the fence. This was working with Recreation and Parks to enliven the park spaces and bring art to public parks. We, in this situation, established a council of immediate neighbors to give input on this project, and it led to another local artist call. Again, this actually happened to be that same husband and wife team won this, Wesley Stewart and Colleen Bear on this one, and just another terrific enhancement here to the park space. The City Gallery. Your City Gallery here is on display currently, of course, for Grady Abrams, honoring Mr. Abrams through November 20th. And then our winter sale takes place in December, of course, with an online component so that you can order pieces as gifts and for yourself. But two great pieces that were put together by the Greater Augusta Arts Council, and a lot of work, but much deserved celebration in this retrospective exhibit here about Mr. Abrams. Advance. And again, showing our winter sale. We encourage you to shop and again, mention the online component, supporting local artists. These two galleries support local artists. And speaking of the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and by the way, their new model experience center, visitor centers across Georgia are looking at this space as a model because it is so well done. And another great example of the Arts Council coming together with the CVB in collaboration for a rotating local artist gallery. If you have not had a chance to see that, please stop by there for several reasons, but the arts component really enhances that space. Next. The Art in the Box. Many of you have seen these boxes. It is a terrific tour. This slide is to give you an update on the software. The new software of Open Tour Builder is for the walking tour. And of course, outdoor activities are very important right now, especially as we meet the challenge of fun, safe outdoor activities. And we're using the same type software with the Golden Blocks Project Tour that we'll and future tours, and we'll tell you about that more in just a minute. But we're continuing to work on the Art in the Box project And again, those also serve as photo ops. And November 5th, our annual event, it has been at Sacred Heart the last several years, and many of you have attended that with us. We hope that you will join us online. It will be via Zoom. We know that you are covered up in webinars and Zoom meetings, but we do hope that you can spend your lunch with us at noon on November the 5th, rebuilding power of arts. And it is our annual event. It is this year that we have Randy Cohen with us from the Americans for the Arts, and it will be a terrific event and well worth your lunch, and we appreciate your support. Hope to see you there. Advance. The Sculpture Trail. So this, with Augusta Recreation and Parks, thank you for your support of Rec and Parks on this project. We had 120 submissions. Just an outstanding answer to the call. 10 winners will be announced at the event, November the 5th, for the virtual Arts Day luncheon for the installations. This is a 2-year festival celebration and promoting the art of Augusta, but it will be temporary sculpture pieces that we use on display and promote the event throughout the city. This also helps with the outdoor tours that we keep mentioning as we install these visual pieces, enhancing the public art of Augusta. Advance. More great work with city engineering. This storm drain project, and you see the title there, it all flows into the Savannah. That's an example from another city. However, this is about a fun promotion and visual component to keeping our water bodies clean. Residents will get to vote on the design online on the designs. I believe there will be 5 initial designs, and they will also be on display. We are currently writing grants so that we can do more of these, but this is a newer fun project to share with you working with city engineering. Part of the master plan to have some additional sculpture along the canal. This is an example of local nonprofit initiative from Georgia Rehabilitation Institute. Of course, this is a national heritage area, so and one of only 2 in Georgia. So this is a case where we were offered from GRI, Georgia Rehabilitation Institute, to move forward and with their funding assistance and contribute to new art on the canal. The Golden Blocks project. It's hard to believe it's already been a year since the ribbon cutting and unveiling of phase 1. You'll see the photograph there on the slide of one of the exhibits in phase 1, the Golden Blocks map, the ceramic tile artwork there at the Wallace Branch Library. This update for you is that we are in phase 2. And you see the project partners here. Again, great community collaboration because of this public art that garnered national attention and federal assistance. So the Arts Council, Housing and Community Development, we have not mentioned them as a partner yet. In other slides, the Lucy Craft Lanning Museum of Black History. And this is a great example of how a little bit of $5,000 seed money and the Arts Council coming to the table to the National Endowment for the Arts can just explode into a terrific project. So Golden Blocks Public Art Phase 2. And you might remember that we were bombed with yarn art, and we are pursuing grants for a 2021 yarn art bombing that will complement the rest of the sculpture trail and coincide the promotion of the sculpture trail. Other communities, you've seen them have some of these bombings, and it's a great reminder, colorful destination draw, in this case, in the downtown district. Advance. In the Gateway Project, this is a SPLOST 7. The Arts Council and Recreation and Parks together, lost the slide there. Okay, thank you. 4 community meetings have already been held to discuss the purpose and community education on the Gateway Project and gathering some theme ideas. The next steps for this would be to work with procurement and recreation and parks for a national call for 2 Gateway projects. All of these projects and all of this investment leads to great private investment. Our public work to community investment. We celebrate all public art. Some examples of that, just 2 here to share with you. You've seen the painted pianos from the Jesse Norman School of Art and the Westaboo Gallery and new murals that Westaboo has provided are great examples of private investment. Next. And in summary, we want to thank you again for the continued support of this very important piece to the visual dimension of community development. We never know when those interested in investing in Augusta are making a windshield survey or visiting our community, mystery shopping our community. We're honored to be the agency helping implement these projects. We're proud to celebrate it and tell our story. And with that, SPLOST 8, we have talked with most all of you about SPLOST 8, and we ask for your support of the SPLOST 8 budget components with recreation and parks. The vibrant arts presence gives residents, and what we call in tourism, all of those visiting Augusta, we call them temporary taxpayers, because temporary taxpayers, our guests coming through and staying in Augusta and coming back to Augusta, are pure economic visitor spending, new cash into the community. All of this work of the Public Art Advisory Panel and the Greater Augusta Arts Council and your teams at the city departments, this improves our sense of local pride. They know we have great fun leadership, creative leadership, cultural diversity, fun place to live. And often this leads to long-term spending, repeat lifetime visits, potential to lure more businesses and families to relocate in Augusta. We want to thank you for your service once again. Thank you for listening to our update and report and your continued support. I have Ms. Brenda Durant with me as well if you have any questions of us. But thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Jay.
Yes,
and this question is for both of you. One, on behalf of the commission, and I know the rest of them will chime in as needed. Thank you for the presentation, and certainly thank you to the Greater Augusta Arts Council for shepherding our local projects and bringing them to fruition. 2 questions that I have regarding things that you shared in the presentation. Number one, I'll start with the virtual tours. You talked about that. You're using the tool from Emory. How do we, one, begin to do a greater job of collaborating vis-a-vis CVB, City of Augusta, website, Greater Augusta Arts Council, so that we're truly branding and marketing these efforts so that people from across the globe, not just the nation, have access to what's going on in Augusta, and we're able to, look at those things in real time. How do we do that? And what is your strategy or approach to accomplishing that in 2 minutes or less?
Thanks for the big question in a few minutes. I'm Brenda Duran. I'm the director of the Greater Augusta Arts Council. And so I think it leads to the answer is communication. We regularly meet with the CVB and we regularly meet with community partners. And the more that we can collaborate and make sure it's easy to put a website page up and share it across multiple websites. And so we work on doing things like that in projects. We also have shared information about the Emory walking tour with other organizations in town so that they too can load their tours using the same system, which is we do the work and it's very affordable. So I think it's just making sure that we meet regularly and share information and work together. And you see that we are a collaborative organization and we'll continue to do that.
Yeah, that's fantastic, Brenda. And I think we'll follow up after this, but I think that's extremely important for us so that when there's consistency across platforms and that where anyone goes, as people are making decisions about coming to live in Augusta, certainly they're going to go to the CVB's website. They're going to go to the city's website. We want to make sure that there's a consistency in terms of information that's being made available to them around that entire quality of life effort. My second question goes back to, and it's really more of a statement, and that is perhaps you want to give consideration to providing us with quarterly updates. It seems to be fairly protracted between when we talk to you and when we don't talk to you. That frequency certainly can change, but I think when you look at some of the incredible work that you guys are doing right now, to hear it in motion, for example, some of the things that you're doing and that you're working with engineering, if we knew about those things in motion, we certainly broadly as electeds could collaborate and make sure that in our social networks, we're pushing that information out. Just an FYI. Anyone else?
I can speak for Jay, we promise.
Mr. Mayor, that was actually our plan, starting with this update for you. It was a little bit long-winded because of that, but we definitely want to stand here and give you reports instead of only coming when we need something.
Yeah, I think the commission would greatly like that. All right, anyone else? All right, Commissioner from the 9th. We have him back. Commissioner from the 9th. Go ahead, sir.
I know y'all missing Mr. Mayor, but it wasn't my fault. I missed part of that, but I caught the tail end of it, and I liked what I saw. My question is, with the arts, with sculptures, and I'm thinking about Aiken, that known for horses, and you go by Aiken, they got horses on the street all over the city, and people come in. Why hadn't we adopted something and put on the street already? Why other cities in Atlanta, just different cities, 20, Georgia, I saw the pigs and how they had them decorated and painted up. But I'm thinking, I mean, this is a no-brainer, and we've been talking around this type of stuff for a long time. So I'd like to hear from Brenda, and I guess I didn't get his name. When are we going to adopt something and brand it and put it on our streets in different locations? In Atlanta, I see all this kind of stuff, I mean, just different places, Mr. Mayor. So can somebody address that and ask, answer that for me?
So I did, since you missed it, this is Jay Markwalter, the VP of Public Art for the Greater Augusta Arts Council, and he's the chair of the Public Art Advisory Panel. So Marion, just for you did miss his introduction. We follow the Public Art Master Plan, your master plan for art in the city of Augusta. And the idea of multiples of the same item put all over, like pigs or horses, was not part of our master plan. But we do have traffic boxes painted all over town. We now have James Brown albums in the sidewalk, which I believe the plan is to expand that. And in the beginning of January, we will have 10 sculptures in downtown Augusta centered on the Augusta Common, Broad Street, and the entrance to Riverwalk on 8th. And so we will have an abundance of art to be seen in our community. As the Arts Council, we make an effort not to do all our work, as you saw in the presentation, in downtown Augusta. Our plan is to expand storm drains out from downtown into the rest of the community, and then also to expand murals throughout the community. That if you looked at our SPLOS presentation, and if you need me to mail it to you again, I can. There were options for you to put art in basically every commission district in Augusta. And so it was a menu with a pick and choose, and we would like to do that. But it was not in your original public art master plan, there was not a plan to do the horses or the pigs, or the squirrels. I mean, I've been in my job a long time, and so I do remember back in probably '98 that we tried a golf ball project in downtown to try that, and that did not succeed. Not that we gave up because of that. That was not an Arts Council project at all. But I hope that answers your questions. So respectively, the multiples was not something there, but I think that by adding the sculpture trail, the 10 sculptures in downtown Augusta, we will have a celebration of sculpture in downtown. They won't all be the same, of course, but it will be very exciting for the community and for visitors to come and see, and it will be very walkable.
Well, that helps me a little bit, Brenda, but our plan as elected officials is the plan that you brought, someone brought to us. In my 16 years, and I ended up in December, but in my 16 years, I never had a conversation about what we would like to see or what I would like to see as elected official being super district. The golf ball program idea was a great one. I thought we're known for golf. Whether anybody liked that or not, we could have built on that and made it not just a golf ball, but a colorful golf ball, a huge golf ball, something along that line. You gotta, in my opinion, Brenda, I've been out of the box for a long time, thinking outside. People don't really know what they really want until you show them, until you build something and do something. When I was in Atlanta and I saw this, and I was in Aiken and I saw this, and I wonder why we had not done anything. I've been putting stuff out and saying different sculptures I see around town, hoping that we would catch on to something. We know James Brown is another thing Augusta is known for. We got one statue, and I'm kind of embarrassed about the one. We ought to have 25 somewhere around the city of James Brown, because his name is rings a bell all over the world. So not because just you want to have a statue, but those kind of things will attract people to bring economic dollars that I've been talking about, so we can do the other thing that we need to do. So thinking outside the box is all I'm saying. If Aiken can do that, Atlanta, Swanee, Georgia, it don't have to be golf balls. It could be whatever it is that we can attract people. It could be golf clubs. It could be something that we can do that people would know. My favorite place when I want seafood is Reinhardt. You go to Reinhardt and you've been there, Brenda, I'm sure that they've got a building with stuff right all over the wall. But it's different. It ain't the normal situation. So we got to do some things, and I appreciate it. I caught the tail end because I had some problems on this, but I just think we need to be more inclusive with different type sculptures that will draw people to Augusta.
And if I might reply, although I don't think that was really a question, the sculpture trail is the new thing. So what we're thinking about when we think about horses and pigs and squirrels or whatever, that's what used to happen back in the early, perhaps the 1990s. And so what we're doing with the sculpture trail is the new trend across the country, where sculptors who create sculptures don't always sell them right away. And so they rent them to cities to build a trail. And this project includes money to buy one. So we'll start a permanent collection in the city of Augusta. So we're on trend, as my nieces and nephews would say, with the new thing with sculptures, rather than going back and doing something that was done in the early 90s across the country. We're on trend with the new pattern. And that is a call for sculptures to start an environment, which we're calling Sculpture Trail. We have called it Sculpture Festival, I think, in the request for recreation parks. And it is for people to come downtown and see a variety. You may love one, Mayor Davis may love the second, Jarvis may think that third one is the best in the world, your kids may adore the childlike ones. And so it's really the something for everyone. And the thing about art is, even if you go home and say, what is that? What was that number for? What was that doing there? It creates a conversation. You remember your visit downtown. You remember the sculptures. You have your favorite. You have the one you couldn't stand maybe, and you just talk about it for weeks. And that's the importance of art. It creates the conversation. It builds the memory. You want to take your picture in front of it. Your kids probably want to touch it. It's really important. And that's new. So we're doing the newest thing across the country with sculptures, with the Sculpture Trail. And I did bring the city grants distribution. If you want to hear who got your money this year from the arts organizations, I'm happy to just read that off. I don't have a PowerPoint of it. I was just going to read a list.
Brenda, can we suspend on that?
Yeah.
And if you would share that with Ms. Bonner, I would greatly appreciate that. We still have a long legal agenda that we've got to get to, but I will say that this presentation has been incredible. We really appreciate it. This is certainly a clear picture that our city, from an arts perspective, is moving in the right direction, and this continued partnership can be helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
All right, wonderful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk.
10 and
Madam
11
Clerk?
as companion items, sir? Are we?
No, we'll
We
take
hit
them
it.
one at a time. Yep, one at a time.
Item 10 is update, discuss missing funds from McDuffie Woods Community Center.
Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we all realize there was a theft at McDuffie Center, not only there, but at the office over on Peach Orchard. There was a theft out there that wasn't even reported. When I got information about the theft at McDuffie Woods, I made a couple of calls. I tried to inquire to find out was that actually the case or not. Find out it was. Money was missing. Then later, someone went back and recaptured or found the money. Now, I don't know about finding money, but if money was missing for any length of time, I thought somebody should be responsible for that. And I want to hear from the director or from someone who's in charge to find out where we are, how that continually happen, or what's in place to prevent that from happening again.
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe we've got the Director of Parks and Rec, our Deputy Administrator, Mr. McDowell, who's here. And he's coming into the room now. He's here. And we'll hear from Mr. McDowell. Madam Clerk, I do apologize. We probably could have taken those two, 10 and 11. I just got a note from somebody that they were hoping we took them together. So I do apologize for that.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
All right, go ahead, sir.
As it relates to this agenda item, I've had some conversations with staff. I do have with me Deputy Director Joni Adams. The theft that Commissioner Mary Williams is speaking of predates me. So if there's any specific questions related to this theft, I think Ms. Joni Adams would be better suited to respond to it. But I would like to address agenda item 11 about things that we're doing moving forward. So she's here to speak on that particular theft, and then I'll finish it up by speaking on what we're doing now to mitigate these things from happening.
All right, certainly. Ms. Adams, Commissioner from the 9th, both of these are your items, so I'm going to yield to you, sir. All right, is she already here, Mr. McDowell?
Yes, she's here.
Okay, all right, great.
And I guess you want me to ask Joni what?
Oh, yeah, just hold on one second, Commissioner. Ms. Adams, she's entering the room. She's here, just getting situated. All right, is she already here, Mr. McDowell?
Yeah.
All right, anyone who has YouTube or is streaming the page from the website, please turn that off because it's getting echo and feedback. All right, thank you. Ms. Adams, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. The
Okay.
Commissioner from the 9th has a question. Commissioner Williams, M. Williams, has a question for you.
Okay.
Ms. Adams, Joni, I spoke with you about the incident at McDuffie Woods when I called and inquired about it. Can you enlighten us as what you know about the funds that was missing and end up being returned weeks later?
There was an incident where it was reported that $375 was missing. We sent the manager over, the manager looked into it, and she told me that the money had been misplaced and they found the money. And she concluded the investigation that the money had been found in its entirety.
Okay, so there wasn't a theft then. Is that what you're saying? It wasn't a theft? Because I think when I called you about that, and I told you I was just inquiring, trying to get some backup information to make sure that I was on target. You explained to me who had went over and found the money, but the money had been missing. Now, if you got city's money and it's not in place for any period of time, in my mind, there's something wrong with that. Now, if somebody come over later after it was reported, was there a police report made? Was there any type of police investigation done on any of this?
Not on this particular case because it was found. In this, there's been two situations. One where money was misplaced and found, and then we had a second incident last year where money was discovered missing in July. The employees were questioned. We called the sheriff's department investigator to handle that. He questioned the employees and they could not find enough evidence to lead to any one employee. Therefore, the case was left pending further any new leads or any further evidence that they might find. As of today, there's been no new leads or no more information on the case. So that case is still pending.
I guess without getting into the weeds and all of this, it's not only that money was missing, but money was supposed to be obtained when the use of buildings and stuff happened in our recreation department. Now, recreation been had some issues for quite some time. This is nothing new, John. I think I explained that when I called you. I didn't accuse anybody anything because I want to know the truth about it. Yeah, most time when I ask a question, I already got the answer already, but I'm trying to make sure that everybody else has the answer as well. But when you talk about money is missing, use of a building that wasn't no money turned in, equipment that was found in the building that belonged to one of the schools. I mean, there's a host of things, Johnny, and until we address those things, we're not going to be able to move forward. But I'm hearing now like, well, the money was missing and 10 minutes later, somebody found it. That's not true. And I don't think you said that, but I'm making it plain so people will understand, the commission will understand it's not where money was missing 10 minutes later, then somebody come up and say, well, oh, here it is here. If the money was not there and it's taxpayers' money, once it's collected, it's supposed to be accounted for. And whoever was responsible for taking in that money should have been held accountable, where somebody else came in and found the money. Now, I got all the background information on all of that. I'm just trying to make sure that we dot the I's and cross the T. But from what I'm hearing is just an honest mistake, and that's not the case.
Well, Commissioner, we have had, some of the things that you did say are true, that we did have some issues with the employee and some equipment, and that was handled, and it was, handled and has been resolved. The money that was missing, it is still pending, and we can still move forward with that. But right now, there's no evidence to point to any one employee to move forward with it.
Okay, but if a person is in charge of the money and they don't have it, then the buck stopped right there. I would think not that we got to find out who took it. If I was in charge of the money and I don't have it, and it's on me, then that'll be some issues. I can't say, well, somebody will come along and find it for me next week.
Yes, sir. And when that happened, we did bring that employee in, the director, the former director and I, Mr. Howe, and we had a meeting. We went over those things. We had him acknowledge it, sign it, that he was aware that he would be held accountable for anything further that happened like that at the center. Anything involving the operation, that he would ultimately be the one held responsible. And we followed through with that just recently with the situation you were just talking about with some equipment.
Commissioner from the 9th.
Yeah, Ms. Mayor.
Sorry, Ms. Adams. Yeah. So my question, I'm going to pose this question to you, sir. In light of what you know and have known, what is your pleasure regarding items 10 and 11? Is there an official action that this body should take? It sounds like remedy is already in place regarding this, and that there's no further action needed from the commission.
Well, I'm not hearing that the action that was taken, Mr. Mayor. I'm saying that we talking about taxpayers' money, and if this happened, the theft that happened with the equipment that we lost out there the second time, Recreation got some issues that need to be resolved. And if we don't address those issues, if we continue to let that kind of stuff be a slap on the wrist, so to speak, then how can we trust people with handling the money that they're coming in?
Commissioner,
So I'm going to offer the following. We hire talented people. We hire an HR director, and very talented. We then take the commission and they go through the process of hiring a new Recreation and Parks director who just happens to be serving as a deputy administrator, leading capital projects. And we believe in these individuals to come and do good work for the city. But then all too often, the commission unilaterally decides that it's going to be responsible for personnel actions. We have a document called the Personnel Policies and Procedures Manual that's still being worked on. I acknowledge that. And then we unilaterally decide that we're going to make all of the personnel decisions in meetings like this, as opposed to, again, quote, not slapping them on the wrist, but allowing this thing called progressive discipline to be enacted, and that there be an adjudication process that goes through the normal means. But that all too often doesn't happen. And this very well could be that one bellwether moment for us today of where you've heard from both the incoming Recreation and Parks director, you heard from deputy director already that, hey, these things are being done. It may be prudent for us to take this bellwether moment as the commission and say, we're going to let staff do staff job. And then we pull back and allow that to happen. And then maybe the good work is for you to say, you expect them to come back with a resolution and report that back at our next commission meeting. That's just a suggestion.
And that's a good suggestion, Mr. Mayor, and I can agree with that. But I didn't just bring this to the floor. I brought this to staff previously, and it went to no end. I mean, as if I didn't say anything, unless I bring it to the floor and discuss this. And that's why a resolution ought to be brought forth, whether if you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're wrong. But so many times in this government, Mr. Mayor, whether you realize not, there are people who continually do whatever they want to do and nothing being done. Now, I don't want to get into the HR department. I don't want to do her job. My job as elected official is to make sure that everybody's treated the same way. So I've got some issue when we allow people to come in and when it comes to monies and not be accountable and then say, well, okay, the staff gonna handle it. Well, staff been handling it for years. Staff have been there on their job. You just said we got a personnel procedure manual that ain't finished yet, but those things are in there. And it only happen to some people. It don't happen to everybody. If it's a rule, it's a rule. So I got no problem turning it back over to HR, let them do their job and let staff do their job. But if staff don't do their job, this body need to do something with staff, whether it be from the top or the bottom. So that's why I put it on the agenda, Mr. Mayor, so we can bring some resolution. You can't continue to let it go. You're not gonna stop it all now. Hold it. Let me get that straight. There's gonna be some slip by anyway. But when you blatant do stuff like this and nobody says nothing, they continue to do it.
Yeah, well, I guess this is probably a moment for a little lightness in the meeting. You said, we need to deal with it from the top to the bottom. I think if they were cooking, they'd say from the rooter to the tutor. So absolutely.
Okay.
All right. So if it pleases the commissioner from the 9th, we're going to receive both of these 10 and 11 as information. And then if Director McDowell will report back at the next full commission meeting the status of this matter and resolution as it relates to the tracking system at our next meeting.
So he'll bring us something back on the tracking system, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
okay.
At our next meeting.
Okay.
Okay. All right, fantastic. All right, receiving 10 and 11's information. Madam Clerk, number 12. I lost my clerk now?
No, I'm here. Item 12,
Okay.
Update report from Human Resources regarding further details of employees' ability to clock in and out on their cell phones. Ms.
All right,
Rooker.
we're gonna get Ms. Rooker in here. We'll hold this for a second. Okay. I don't see her. Jeff, if you can help us with that. All right, Commissioner from the 4th, while we're waiting on Ms. Rooker, I don't see AR phone number normally like I would.
I just had one question. Reference.
Okay, you want to ask it now?
No, I can wait. You had a comment. I have a problem with waiting.
No, I didn't have a comment. I didn't know if you wanted to speak with Ms. Rooker.
Well, it's as soon as after she.
Yeah, she's here.
Whatever.
I'm gonna recognize you, Commissioner. Go ahead, and then we'll bring Ms. Rooker to go ahead and present. Okay,
my question reference this agenda item. Was there a particular department somewhere where this issue has come about, or was it just from all in general? I know this is the second time it's been on the agenda. So my question is, was it a particular department, or was this just where there may have been some issues, or was this just across the board with all departments in the city, including elected officials?
All right, well, I appreciate you raising that question with the chair. I'm gonna ask the two authors of this matter before we hear from Ms. Rooker, Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner from the 10th. Would either of you like to answer that, respond to that? Is there a particular department that this matter was glaring in that brought it to the forefront? Commissioner from the 10th, Commissioner from the 8th.
Okay, I'll answer that, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
It is across the board. Anybody with the capabilities that has to clock in and out, this is affected by them. It is not so much the fact that they can clock in and out from any location or laptop or anything else, but how do we safeguard, and I say the word safeguard. We do not have a tracking device that tells what location the employee is clocking in and out from when they're using their cell phone or their laptops or their computers at home. You have an IP address. This could be an issue that is solved quite easily if our system would put GPS tracking on it. That way you could double check to make sure that the people are where they are assigned to be. That's the whole thing in a nutshell.
All right. Hold on one second. Commissioner from the 8th.
Thank you, Mayor.
You want to go? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to kind of piggyback on what Commissioner from the 10th was saying, really, and Ms. Ruckert has already discussed a little bit with me that she's in talks with ADP in regards to this clock-in system. And I think there will be a safeguard put in place to where the location has to be turned on cell phones when you log in to clock in. That way there'll be the ability to at least see where you're clocking in from. So I think that's going to be a fairly easy solution for us to be able to implement.
All right, fantastic. All right, I do want to do this. I think it's appropriate. Ms. Ruckert, if you would, just give the full commission an update on what this is. That was what was asked of you a week or so ago, if you would. 2 weeks ago.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Garrett did say, there are such things as IP restrictions that we can put in place through ADP to control how people clock in, and it would determine whether someone is clocking in from a cell phone or clocking in from a desktop or one of the clock in locations. I have been speaking with Reggie, our IT person, who is actually the deputy director, and he let me know that he has the IP restrictions as well. And in the next 2 weeks, within the next 2 weeks, he's going to start testing the IP restrictions to see what works for our system.
Okay,
right, Commissioner from the Commissioner from the 8th and the 10th. All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ruth, and Mayor, thank you for allowing this to proceed, because I think it's a matter that we just need to safeguard. We're not accusing anybody of any wrongdoing. It's just, once again, a safeguard. And thank you, Ms. Ruckert, for that update.
All right, Commissioner from the 8th.
I'm good. I appreciate her update as well.
All right, thank you. All right, and Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought this was already in place. I mean, and that's what you're giving, you assume though, but I assume a government the size of this would have something in place for as many people we have clocking in, either through computer or through cell phone. If you can clock in from home or clock in from another location, I mean, that's a no-brainer to me. I thought sure that was already in place. I'm glad to know that we're not accusing anybody, but because it's a safeguard, that should have been in place all the time.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, Commissioner from the 4th, you wave. You got one more?
Sure. Real quick, thank you. And I just think before we implement this, once they test it, I think that should be ran back across the commission, because this is more of a policy decision than just an operational decision. So I think that should be ran back across, and to also to ensure that these employees of the elected officials, that particularly our constitutional officers, do they get a say in this as far as their employees go? So I think we just need to make sure we clear that hurdle and then run this back through the commission before implementation.
So, Commissioner from the 4th, if I can chime in, and this is not my issue, but I might offer the following, particularly with regards to quote constitutional officers. Most of them have opted out of the P3M anyway, and so the majority of them wouldn't be subject to this in any additional policy changes beyond the fact that they opted out of the P3M. Obviously, for matters of accounting and clocking in, they certainly would use the same system, but that would be the extent of the commission's role in their time. Just offering that for your food for thought, sir. Okay. All right, we'll receive this as information as well. And then we'll go from there.
Item number 13.
Item number 13.
Discuss authorized positions in the mayor's office and funding source for upgrades.
Mr. from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had this put on the agenda because when I first got a phone call. I think I discussed with you that you said your people had called me to kind of schedule a meeting to sit down with the commissioners and wanted me to come in and talk with them. I had no issue with that, and I think the day we set up, that was a service for the passing of Ron Hart at that time, and we didn't get to do it. But I shared with you that no one had contacted me, and I got to thinking, well, what is it that the mayor's office, his executive people wanted to speak with the commission on? I mean, the commission don't work for the mayor, and you know, they want me to come in and I guess have a talk with them. Well, then I started thinking, well, who authorized these positions and to pay for these positions and where those funds come from? That was a little concerning to me. We know the previous executive person you had, Marcus. You know, we all knew him. He would interact with us when he needed to, but there wasn't no come in and sit down and talk with him and give him no update or give him no feedback. So I guess my question is again, though, those positions in the mayor's office, we as elected body, we allowed you to hire those people that you felt that you needed, but those funds, we never had a conversation about that, Mr. Mayor, and I want to know how that brought about and why the commission wasn't involved in doing that and what repercussion that's going to become during budget time. We still hadn't talked about any of that. Can you enlighten me or help me out, help me understand it?
No, I mean, I think you answered your own question. I don't think that, I mean, you started with my folks called you and asked you to come and sit down and quote, you know, as it relates to who they work for. The reason my folks called every member of the commission was to introduce themselves, and I think across the board they did that with an effort to say, hey, we're here to work with you, and if we can be of service and assistance, which is what was done. You talk about authorized positions. Every position that's in the mayor's office is an authorized position. There are no new positions.
Okay, let me correct you back. Well, first of all, your staff said they called me, and I told you I didn't get any calls on this particular phone that I used, and they may have. But for me to go in, or any commission, I think to go in and talk to your staff about working together, which if they want to work with us, I think that's the right thing to do. But for them to call the commission in gives the impression that we got nothing better to do. You got a staff. You got the whole office where we had an office. We have no staff except for the cell phone. And I don't even use the city cell phone. I mean, my number might well be the city number, but I pay that bill myself. But my question is, Mr. Mayor, those positions that was authorized, but the amount of money that you're paying your staff, if it's coming out your budget, then what are we going to do in budget time? We're going to replace that? Is that where you telling us we're going to have to give those supplements back because you take them out of the line item you got?
I don't think I understand your question.
Okay, yeah, my question is the amount of money that you're paying this staff, where's that money coming from?
Out of the mayor's budget.
Okay, and the mayor's budget is for employees, what? Because this is totally different now. This is an increase.
What's an increase?
The amount of money that you paying these two assistants, and I guess the staff person and the assistant staff person. What do you call them? What those two positions is, Mr. Mayor? Chief of staff and assistant chief of staff. Okay. Is that coming out of your budget for
coming out of the mayor's budget?
Coming out of the mayor's budget. And if that money's not back in the mayor's budget, since you know that's a short way of putting it, if that money's not back in there during the budget season, then what?
I can imagine what would happen at that point. I mean, I think that's why we go through this process. We go through a budget process every year. You bring people on because you have authorized and budgeted positions. And
Well,
so we met that requirement. So what's your real question? What's
my
your
real
real
question
question?
is, Mr. Mayor, is the same thing. If somebody else does this, if another department does that, is that legal? Is that fine? Because for what you're saying is that when budget time comes, we'll worry about it in budget time. So if that's the case, I've got no problem with your staff. Like I said, the offices that you got in your office supposed to have been for the commission. The Mayor Pro Tem office has been, since Grady Smith was the Mayor Pro Tem, has been moved over in your office, and everything else over there belongs to you now. I disagree with that. It's on the agenda about giving the commission a raise, and I think they ought to have a raise. But we got no staff, no office, no anything. The clerk, the 3 clerks we got over there handle all our business, and I tried my best to keep them busy. That's their job. But when you assume that everything's going to be the same, but when the other people do this now, I'm just trying to make sure we play by the same rules. That's all. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. From the rooters to the tootie, ain't that what you said?
That's what I said.
Okay, well that's what I'm saying too.
Okay. Very well.
So I guess we just receive the information and budget time come. We know if anybody else do this, it's all right, because if we done in one department, it can be done in another. Hello.
Again, this is a conversation that happens all the time.
That's right. So I mean,
yeah.
we're
on the same page. Right. We've not done anything new or that's not allowable in the current system. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Mary Williams, I agree with some of what you said there, and I would hope that under the budget constraints that we had, that the mayor, though he had those positions, and I'm sure there are an increase in salary, that he would reallocate resources within his department to help us with the budget, since we are going to be in dire straits in 2021 budget with the deficit that we have. So I would hope that we would have that conversation down in budget time. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
If I respond to Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, I agree with you again. I just want to make sure that we put this on the table, because if somebody else does this and then we come at budget time, we really can't say nothing. Because if one department does it and it's okay, then the next department can do it as well. So I'm not trying to hold the mayor staff back or hold the mayor back. I just want everybody to play by the same rules. If it's a rule, it's a rule. So budget time is coming. I got a call from the administrator talking about a flat budget this year and not recommending any increases and doing anything. Well, we already done the increases. If we follow that, but that's what we do. That's government.
All right, Madam Clerk, we'll receive his information and go to item number 14.
Item 14, update from administration on recruitment process for the position of Director of Augusta Utilities Department.
Mr. From the 9th, back to you.
Self-explanatory. I need an update from administrator or HR, whoever it is. Where are we with trying to find a replacement? We know we lost a good employee, Tom Wiedemeyer, but we got to move forward with getting a qualified, certified person in that position. We always wait till we get up against the wall. We're at the last minute, and we got to do this, we got to do that. And I think the time has passed. We ought to be at least thinking about how we're going to do this, how we're going to replace him, what we're going to do to replace him. The guy that's filling in now, Alan Saxon, a great guy, but Alan don't have the qualification to fulfill this job, just stepping up in that. So I think we need to be tracking this pretty close and see where we are. So I'll listen for something from the administrator, I guess, is the person who's going to respond to this.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. My first priority was to continue and maintain optimal operations for utilities department, and equally important, as you indicated, the sensitivity with the search of starting to replace one of our dear directors who passed. We have recently updated the job description, which had not been updated in 10 years. And with the new administrator coming along in less than 30 days, we also thought it was important to have him participate with making sure the job description is appropriate at this time, being the job description was dated, as well as with the new search for the new director.
Jarvis, can you help me understand why the new administrator have to update the job description, have an input on updating the job description? I think we, as a body, knows the job description ought to at least dictate what we're looking for, and maybe some changes, maybe some tweaks in there, unless we're gonna raise the minimum requirements or lower the standards or something to that effect. But the administrator, I think, is not a manager. Administrator is an administrator. He or she takes out the will of the mayor and the commissioner, which is total responsibility. But not the right administrator come in and say, well, this is the best way to do it or not the best way to do it. We got somebody coming, like you say, less than 30 days, but at the same time, this process still ought to be ongoing, and he ought to come in and get in where he fit in and work with this, not to come in and change this. In fact, I think a new person come in will probably want to see what we're doing versus trying to just come in and try to change that. So I'm hoping that we get something started through HR, at least get the process sent to the commission to look at, so we can make that decision. We can agree or disagree on whatever it is. This is not a manager type of government. So if I need to make a motion to move this forward to the HR director and have her bring something back so we can look at it and see where we are.
Administrator Sims.
Commissioner, we do have a draft for the new position for the utilities director, and we'll be happy to provide that to the commission.
Okay, I think that's the person. I mean, those are the responsibilities that need to have that. The commission need to have that new draft to see if that's what this body can agree on. And that's what this body feels like, whether it be good, bad, and different. It's still, the buck still fall back on 6 votes. So I think we need to be mindful of that and not hurry up and wait. And that's what we've been doing a lot of time, hurry up and wait.
Mr. From the first.
Yes, Administrator Sims, when you send the draft of the duties and responsibilities, could you also send the current duties and responsibilities so we could sort of compare the two?
We'll be happy to provide both.
Thanks, sir.
Administrator Sims, it'd probably be helpful for you to include in that an organizational chart of utilities department as well, so that the commission is fully apprised of what the organization currently looks like and who's in those roles.
Org chart.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so
We'll receive 14 is information. Yep.
Okay. With the report back from the HR director, that's what he's asked for.
That is what he's asked for at the next meeting.
Okay. All right. That would take us to item number 20. Discuss fire department assessment summary spreadsheet.
Commissioner from the 4th.
Thank you, sir. I have a concern about this needs assessment. We spent good money to get a needs assessment reference the fire department. And I want to thank my colleague from the 6th for requesting that needs assessment. I think it identified several things that we have the ability and opportunity to correct and improve our fire department. But I want to ensure that when we look at this needs assessment, we had a great summary in the so-called spreadsheet. And as we started looking at this the other day, at the last meeting, I think it's imperative and important that we give the professionals, such as the HR director, the administrator, and whoever else is in that process, the opportunity to implement some of the things that's in this spreadsheet from this summary. But I also think it's extremely important that the commission look at the entire spreadsheet. And one of our concerns on this item, on this spreadsheet here, was commission involvement. As we were discussing this at our last meeting, we had commissioners attempting to select people from the department to do a job or whatever. That's the job of that director of that department, to select those personnel to do what needs to be done. So I just want to encourage my colleagues here that we should honor the entire spreadsheet and honor the entire report. Also, I have a concern, whether it's in a meeting or any other time, when we have commissioners texting department heads with threatening and intimidating messages. That makes no sense at all. Because what you do, if you do that, then you're giving employees the opportunity to say, do whatever they want without any concern about discipline. When you say that better not be in a retaliation, I didn't understand that retaliation was being considered. But there's a problem when we are interfering with the operations of a department as such. And I just really think we need to put a stop to that. Let our professionals that we hire or contract with go do their job. It doesn't make sense for us to get down in a completely in the weeds and trying to assert our own dominance on the department director or department. That is just unprofessional and unethical. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, Commissioner from the 1st. Unmute yourself, sir. Commissioner from the 1st.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Sayers, and from my understanding, some members of a fire association had drafted a letter to boycott the businesses that were supportive of the fire chief, and they listed the businesses in the letter. And from my understanding, they called one of the commissioners, and because the commissioner was a good friend of one of the businesses that was listed in the letter, the commissioners told the association to take those names off, and they came off with another letter without listing the businesses.
Okay. Commissioner from the Commissioner from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, last week in the executive session, I really thought we had a pretty good discussion around moving forward with the assessment. I actually did. I was surprised when two of my colleagues, 19 and 20, had this on it this week. And I still don't quite, I kind of understand why as I listen. But let me read what I read last week, Mr. Mayor, very brief here. It was what I call a department improvement plan. I said that HR representative needs to be in the department immediately, who works for HR and will be paid from the fire department budget. The assessment asks for that. Number two, now let me be to something that I responded to. One of my colleagues, when I said that, someone said, well, let's just leave the assessment up until the new administrator came in. My response to that was, if we're going to live by the assessment, then I would suggest that we put Chief James on administrative leave until that time comes, because we wait on the assessment to do what would he do in the meantime. So that was that. Number two, I said that Chief James immediately give HR every policy that he has written since 2017. I don't know whether that's been done. And then I said the administrator and HR begin to work with Chief James and his command staff. Now here's why that's what I'm hearing is a concern. I think so I apologize. And his command staff, because if you've been making sole decisions that this assessment says throughout the organization that we see on plenty, whether it's the ambulance, whether it's any other things, that making those decisions with no input that is end up becoming detrimental to the agency. What you're trying to do is help stand the director up. You're not trying to tear him down. You're trying to help give other people a voice and give them an opportunity to listen to them and make informed decisions who deal with the men and women every day. That shouldn't take anything away from it, because what it is clearly saying is saying that it has to have adaptive change as from a leadership perspective, and it must be a collaborative leadership. So you're trying to create that space so those things could happen. And I still believe that's the best way to proceed on this, and to say for the HR director and everybody else to proceed on. There was no direction given other than with the conversation that we had at that particular time. The other thing I asked for, the retaliation. I asked about retaliation because retaliation is a standard thing that you always have to be mindful of when you feel that some of your employees, whether it's fact or fiction, that you may feel that people are always concerned about retaliation. So you just put that question, that statement out there to see where it goes and try to see are employees protected. I think it's a fair question. I think it's a very fair question. It happens in the workspace all the time. I'm not saying it's going to happen in this instance, but we did want to know what employees would be protected in the event that they felt there was going to be retaliation, what measures would be in place to protect them. And the other thing that was a little different that I asked for two documents. I had to see one, a medical service contract that was from AU Medical Associates, and the second was a COVID testing contract or agreement with the Augusta University Health System. I've gotten one, I haven't gotten the other one yet. And so I asked for those things. So if we go back from a policy perspective, I don't think nothing was asked here that was unreasonable, that wouldn't give the director some sense of being able to move forward. And that didn't say was directed at me, those comments, but I'm just saying that's what I asked for in particular. And I stand by those things. I think they're still important.
Okay. Commissioner from the first.
Mr. Mayor, anytime a city employee files a grievance against their supervisor or against the department head, there's always a chance that retaliation could take place. I think this commission has made it perfectly clear that we will not tolerate retaliation when a person files a grievance, even if the grievance has no substance. If retaliation takes place, then that supervisor or that department head will be dealt with appropriately. I think that the policy that we have for all of our employees as far as retaliation and file of grievances should be any different than it is for the fire department. And I stand by that, Commissioner Hassan.
Yes, sir, and I don't have a problem with that.
Hold on, Commissioner Hassan.
We're not disagreeing.
Hold on. I know, but you haven't been recognized yet. He has the floor. Yeah, he has the floor.
I'm finished, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. All right, Commissioner from the 8th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. In reference to this whole conversation around this issue, we keep skirting around the real issue in regards to this assessment. And, I still think that we need to hear from McGrath, the company that did the assessment, and hear from them just for some clarification on some parts of the assessment. And I'm completely in line with the commissioner from the 6th and what he said about the leave of absence. And actually, I'd like to make a motion that we place the chief on a leave of absence until this whole assessment is reviewed, and then we can move forward.
Second.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Hold on. All right. Hold on. No, you don't. You need to be recognized. Everybody just pause.
Okay.
Hold on. Everybody just pause. We're going to go in orderly fashion. All right. Absent having a control box where you see hands up. I've got everybody's hands that I see. I'm going to the commissioner from the 9th, the 2nd, and then I'm going to come to the 5th in that order. Commissioner to the 9th. Madam Clerk, hold on 1 second, Commissioner from the 9th. Madam Clerk, the commissioner from the 8th made a motion to place the fire chief on administrative leave, had a second from the 10th, just for matters of record. All right, Commissioner from the 9th, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a serious issue. It's something been going on for quite some time. We said we're going to wait and do an assessment. We did the assessment, got it back. We don't fully understand it. It made some reference to some changes need to be made. It said that the commission got involved, a lot of things that came out. I've got no problem listening to direction from the people who did the assessment, but we do have to realize there is a problem somewhere, whether it be at the top or at the bottom, whether it be the driver or the man on the tailboard. There's still a problem somewhere. Our fire department need to be about saving lives and protecting property. All the stuff that's been going on, even with employees who are not even with the city anymore, both male and female, have approached me about issue with the fire department and the fire chief. I'm not against him. This is not about against him, whether you're against him or not. This is about getting the department to do what it needs to be doing. We know we got a lot of problems with the mandatory overtime. You can require overtime, but you got to have a cutoff time at some point. None of that's been addressed. None of that been talked about. So I think we got to realize there is a problem. We need to get it straightened out. I agree with the commission about there should be no retaliation. We shouldn't allow people to make a complaint. If you complain to the top, which is the chief, then where does it go? If we don't get involved, because if the problem is at the top, you can't go to the bottom and get the top straight. You got to go to the highest point. So if we don't get involved and talk about it, we hadn't heard nothing from the chief, the union, or the representative that came, wanted to bring information to us to talk to us, we wouldn't even hear that. This is a serious issue, and it's not going to get any better. It's going to get worse unless we address it, Mr. Mayor. So that's my 2 cents.
All right, thank you so much for that. Commissioner from the 2nd.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We keep talking about this assessment, and if you look under your tab or whatever the number is, it has a Augusta Fire Department recommendation priority and a list of recommendations, which are all basic. The fire chief holding a meeting, HR, the HR specialist, job descriptions review, ambulance, several different things that are normal. There's nothing in here that's out of the norm of any type of management style or administrative operations in the department. Now, we keep talking all this talk. Nobody has said that anything was done improper or wrong. It's all a perception of a lot of people. We talk about retaliation. People, well, how come they haven't filed a grievance? Oh, they're scared of being retaliated against. That's a bunch of malarkey. And see, we have to sit here and understand what appears to be the main objective this afternoon. Now, here we go recommend an employee that has been good to our city for years, recommend administrative leave. Now, that's not necessarily saying he did something good or something bad, but it gives the perception to the public that something bad was going on, and there was nothing bad going on in the fire department. It was just simply people not happy with their supervisor. I'm pretty quick, almost finished. Now, we have to look at what we're doing. We have made a couple of bad mistakes regarding personnel-wise that gives our community a bad name and a bad image because we don't know what we're doing. Some of us don't in our decision-making process. Now, we need to be careful when we do something like this. We have a list of recommendations from the assessment, then that's what we need to be concentrating on, improving on that list of recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to the commissioner from the 5th now. Commissioner from the 5th.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Is Ms. Rooker still there?
All right. We're going to get her.
But look, yeah, get her. But in the meantime, I want to make a couple statements.
Sure. Go ahead, sir.
Well, one, we're talking about the needs assessment in the fire department. And I've done many needs assessments, looked at what they call PDPs or professional development plans. And you cannot do a professional development plan nor a needs development plan without that particular person. I think we're going the wrong route. If we suspend him, he needs to be a part of what we're trying to do. He needs to be able to give his input. Ms. Rooker needs to be able to give her input. The administrator needs to be able to give his input. Whoever else we bring in, and they sit down and they make a plan together. And so then he will be a part of it. Now, if he doesn't do well, once we put the plan in place, then we can come back and look at some other action. In the meantime, if you make a plan without him, you got to bring him back in and then tell him what we're doing. That's one. Two, I want to know what policy he went afoul of. I don't think no one's told me what he's done. They on the assessment, they said we have some recommendations of how to improve his department and his leadership. However, the same things that they recommended for the fire department, you could recommend for every department in Richmond County. So if we were to do an assessment of the finance department or any other department, I'm sure we will have some things similar to that. Also, I wanted Ms. Rooker in there because when they did the assessment, my understanding is that they don't put any names on those assessments. So why are we talking about retaliation? That's one. Secondly, when we talk about the assessment, I understand we had a bunch of folks who were already retired, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, a whole bunch of folks who are already retired that came in to do assessments. You're not getting a true picture of what needs to be done if you got retired folks. That's just like me. If you would throw me back in the school system, I couldn't tell them what to do because I don't know what's going on. So you need to look at the folks who are there. But in reference to suspending the chief, I think we put ourselves in dire straits due to the fact that you're going to send him home. You're going to make a plan, then you're going to bring him back and tell him what the plan is. I think we put ourselves in dire straits due to the fact that if he comes back and he's not doing exactly what we want him to do, he wasn't a part of the plan anyway, which gives him the right to bring forth some type of action against us. So I beg you to double think that. I beg you to make him a part of the plan going forward. I beg you to remember that you can't get anybody to do anything unless they know about what it is they're trying to do. Thank you.
Commissioner from the 5th, I want you to pause there. We have Ms. Rooker back in the room. I want to give you an opportunity to ask your questions. Ms. Rooker, again, we're talking to item number 20. Go ahead, Ms. Rooker.
She wrote it. She muted.
Yep.
Ms. Rooker.
Yes, sir.
Is it true that there were no names on the assessment
That's
that they
correct.
completed? So while we're talking about retaliation, he doesn't even know who did the assessments. Okay, thank you. Also, is it true that a bunch of retired firefighters came in to do these assessments?
No, sir. I think it was a variety of people. I think it was people who were in the process of retiring.
So we didn't have any retired people themselves, but a bunch of people who were going out the door.
I think we had someone retired and people going out of the door.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
In reference to that last question, retired and those who were retiring, do we have any stats on who those were, i.e. the number?
No, sir, I don't have a stat on that.
Okay. Okay. All right. Very well.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me get very clear about when I asked about putting Chief James on leave. If you're going to start the assessment, that was not my position. My position, if you're going to start the assessment or implement the assessment, let's move forward. The only reason that suspension with pay come out if we was not going to begin to act on it. So let's not get confused that I'm encouraging to be put on paid suspension. I am not, if we're going to implement the plan. I just stick with my guns in terms of how I perceive that needs to be done in terms of having those 9 chiefs and some of those chiefs being involved in that process that better help Chief James. But it's clearly one thing that is undeniable in this throughout the assessment that he operates in a silo as an absolute, and they learn things on the fly, right down to the ambulance services being implemented, which is on another note. I have some real concerns about the ambulance service that I'd like to address. But from that perspective, that's all I was trying to hit where he can get some input from his people. So once again, suspension was only if I was recommending, not suspension, I'm sorry, paid leave if you was going to wait until the next administrator. If we're going to begin to operate this assessment, we can move right on forward. That's where I am. That's what I support. Now, the ambulance service is something I think that we ought to really look at through this assessment. One thing about this assessment, it has said continuously about the ambulance service. It said 90% of the persons that was on the ambulance service, it had 73 people that it spoke to. 66 of those persons said they can go on an ambulance at any given time, but not being trained or familiar with that ambulance and trying to provide service to the public. Also, in true form, Mr. Mayor, we're saying that we have ambulance service. Do we really have ambulance service? Because we don't have a 3 ambulance. We have no control of our zone. We have absolutely none. We go with Gold Cross ineffective based on our relationship and based on us not being owners of our region, I would say. Because of that, it puts us in a very minor position, almost like we are working for somebody else and paying them that while they're working, that while we're working for them. So at the same time, and do we know that this ambulance service, this transport service in particular, is creating havoc? That's the real reason that we have so much overtime. And once that hit the scene, everything broke loose in there. I think this government seriously, at least for 1 year, needs to get out of the transport service. We are first responders. No doubt about that. But I think for a year, we need to get out of that so that the department can get properly staffed again, have proper people to need to do that. I know there are some persons who are saying they're hiring paramedics, but this assessment tells us clearly that fire department is a more EMS service first and foremost. Well, we don't have the luxury of being that because we don't own our zone. We really don't have the luxury of being that. So this is what's creating all the hardship on this organization in a real way, that we need to get out of the transport business. And I make a motion that we get out of the transport business.
All right, so we've got a motion
Second.
already on the, hold on, we've already,
Motion to get out of the
Let's-
transport business.
we got,
That's a substitute. That's a substitute.
Substitute.
okay. All right. So let's try to bring some brevity to the broader conversations here. We find ourselves at a place.
Mayor, I got a question for Ms. Rooker.
I'll come back to you. Okay. I've listened to everybody, and been pretty quiet here.
You haven't been quiet. You've interjected it between everybody. But this is in reference to what Ms. Rooker.
So I'm still talking now. So since I've interjected just so you could speak, and the commissioner from the 6th wouldn't speak over you, and that he wouldn't interject over the commissioner from the 9th, the 2nd, or the 5th. So now, I do want to add these things. This is an extremely important conversation for us. The commissioner from the 8th had an item that he subsequently deleted for a time to be determined to discuss going forward. And that was to hear from the organization that conducted the needs assessment. What I find fairly incredulous in today's conversation is that there's been a lot of interpretation of the needs assessment that was done by said organization, McGrath. And once again, instead of us having the quote experts and the key stakeholders involved in the conversation, we abandon that for these types of discussions. It is imperative that we bring them to the table so that they can talk us not only through the assessment, but to talk us through understanding their methodology about how they arrived at these recommendations, so that we can once again get the right people doing the right work the right way. We've got an HR department, we've got fire, we've got EMS, we've got all of these tentacles that are associated with a very important role of local government. And that is to provide for the health, welfare, and safety of all of our citizens. And in this instance, you've got public safety, which is front and center in this conversation, and what needs to happen without question. I think every one of you has raised issues of importance in terms of how do we begin addressing these things. But what consistently continues to be done is where we do it in a vacuum while not engaging the more meaningful people who need to be a part of the discussion. So you got item number 19, item number 20, two issues that are front and center. They are in fact related. And then you've got the spreadsheet that has been referenced, and whether it's priority 1 items, priority 2, 3, 4, or 5 items, the people who need to be a part of this largely are not in this conversation today. So I'm going to offer that and suggest that on short order, whether it's a special call meeting, it doesn't matter, but we need to have soon, as in like really, really soon, this discussion with McGrath, so that now that the assessment's been done, there's an after action review of this report that they provided us, and we can hear directly from them as opposed to these loose interpretations wherever they're coming from, so that we've got factual data and evidence to back up. And we're not asking Ms. Rooker to respond to, well, you know, were there retirees, non-retirees, how many people work here, how many people don't, which is a very valid question, because I'm sure many of us have heard that same thing. But that's what I would offer. If we're truly going to have a open and honest conversation about how to address the issues of quote Augusta Fire Department, and I'm open to it, I'm ready for it, I think we need to do it and not couch it, not run from it, and just dive in and begin dealing with those issues. The commissioner from the 6th raised a concern around ambulance. And this is another one of those questions that I don't have all of the data and facts on, but my question is, to the degree that we have our own staff of some 435 total employees in fire and EMS, how many of them, if they're not running the Augusta ambulance, how many of them work for Gold Cross? How many of them work for South Star? How many of them work for Priority Care? And so let's just make sure we bring balance in this conversation. But That's where we are. All right, I'm going to go to the commissioner from the 8th. Back to you.
Thanks, sir. And this is just a quick question. The commissioner from the 5th raised the question about the retirees and whether they had answered the question. So the question's also been asked, were there any names associated with this assessment? So if there were no names in the assessment, as Ms. Rookert said, how do we know that retirees could have or were possibly involved in this? That's the only question I want to put out there.
Is that a question for Ms. Rookert, sir?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Rookert.
Hell, I heard it in the street.
How about the mailbox?
Out by the mailbox. I heard it in the street.
There you skip
Okay.
me now, but I'm
All right, I'm
patient.
gonna come back. Yep, be patient. Be patient. All right, very well. He's got an answer to his question here. Street committee conversations. All right, commissioner from the 4th.
Thank you. I have a question.
Ms. Rooker didn't answer. I was just we'd asked for clarification from her about.
Go ahead, sir. Ask your question again, Commissioner Garrett. Commissioner from the 8th, restate your question, Ms. Rooker.
If there were no names associated with this assessment, how do we know whether the people that answered them were retired or not?
If you remember back at the beginning of the assessment, the McGrath group gave you an outlay of every person that they interviewed. He just told you what people he interviewed, the positions they held, what they did, firemen. He gave you a breakdown at the very beginning of the assessment. That's all I have.
And those positions being named the way that they did and the numbers in each position is the reason why some of us are concerned about retaliation, because it won't take it won't take much to figure out who actually answered these questions on this assessment based on that very information in the assessment.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, hold on, Commissioner. I'm gonna come back to you. All right, going to the commissioner from the 4th.
Thank you. This question is for Administrator Sims or Ms. Rooker or both. And the question is, have y'all begun the process of implementing some of these things that HR was recommended to do from the assessment?
Yes, sir, I have. In fact, if you use the spreadsheet that we've been working from, the first thing on it was scheduling a meeting, and Commissioner Hassan had asked about scheduling a meeting, and on October 22nd, there's a meeting scheduled between the fire command chief and myself and the administrator. That's the first thing that's on the spreadsheet. I currently, in our possession in the HR office, have all of the fire department's files. So the audit is going on as we speak. We are reviewing files right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you. While I was Rooker there, I just want to verify that all of the records, employee record was in the fire department and not in HR. Is that right, Ms. Rooker?
There are some files in the fire department. The fire department has kept records of their employees just like HR has.
Okay.
And they have a filing cabinet and a filing room.
Okay, but and I think the last time we discussed this, Ms. Rooker, that we thought you should go over, someone should go from HR to handle all that stuff in HR. But if it be,
yes, we have it all now.
They have it all now.
Yes, we went over, boxed up all of their files and brought them over to HR. So I have all of those files.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can just
keep going,
complete my
yes,
comment. We've been dealing with this for quite some time. There's a lot of issues going on. We have skirted around it, like you said, it's a very serious issue. We need to get some resolution done pretty quick. Whether you agree with the fire chief or disagree with the fire chief, there's something need to happen. There's something need to be done in that department. Now, if we gonna do like Commissioner from the 6th said, put him on leave until the new administrator comes, I got no problem with that. But something need to happen with that. We go back to the ambulance service. When there was an ambulance service, we started to buy equipment. Commissioner Hart's son had a personal experience with the fire department coming to his house, removing his loved one in a sheet. And we started addressing it then. But if the fire department is not equipped to do this job, and you got manpower on the fire department who was hired as firemen and being trained as EMTs and not have the full training, we're going to end up in a lawsuit down the road. So we got to be careful about how we're doing when it comes to the ambulance service. Now, I've been opposed to ambulance service all the time. That's nothing new. I don't think we ought to be in the ambulance business. If we do, we ought to make sure we can do it. But we bought equipment. I don't remember ever voting to say we need to be in the ambulance business. There are some commissioners who wanted that. We ended up buying equipment and then not stocking the ambulance service with all the equipment they needed and didn't have the manpower. We've been forced to make people work overtime. We have closed fire stations down because we didn't have the manpower, had to move, and that's a normal situation with the fire department. We had to move people from one place to another one. That's normal. But when you don't have the manpower to run the fire department to run the engine house, how can you take the manpower and make them run ambulances? So there is some issues. There is some issues, and we need to go ahead and address them one way or the other, because it ain't gonna get no better. It's gonna get worse. So we need to make on one of those motions, we need to move forward on one of those motions, either the regular motion or the substitute motion.
All right, thank you. Commissioner from the 5th.
Mr. Mayor, I'm good with moving forward with the assessment. I think that's something Ms. Rookert and Jarvis and those and whoever else needs to be involved. The 9 people that Commissioner Harson was talking about. So I'd like to make a motion that they move forward with the assessment immediately.
We got 2 motions there.
Yeah, I got it, everybody.
You got that?
Yeah, we're good.
Mr. Hassan, I would like to ask you a question, and if you don't have it, then maybe you could bring it back. Where
Commissioner from the 5th, you want to ask the chair a question, and I'll get it to the commissioner from the 6th.
Okay,
we're just kind of all over the place today. Go ahead, sir.
I was going to ask the commissioner from the 6th to come up with a plan, because if we get rid of the ambulance service, and I'm not saying I won't vote for it to get rid of it, but if we get rid of the ambulance service, we need a plan. Where are those ambulances going to go? Where is the service going to go? Is it going to go to Gold Cross? Is it going to go to South Star? Is it going to go to Priority Care? Are we going to work that out with them? So, Mr. Hassan, I'm just asking you to think about. that. But I think we need to move forward with the assessment.
All right. So we've got a substitute motion, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor,
No. Okay. Madam Clerk, let's go to, if you can restate the substitute motion and the appropriate second that came with that.
I'm sorry, sir. I must admit I had trying to multitask.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go to the commissioner. I'm going to ask you to restate that and not answer the question that the commissioner from the 5th, because now is not the time for us to try to solve what we do with ambulance. I just want you to restate your substitute motion, sir.
But Mayor, what I was trying to get
a minute. Hold on. I know you're trying to get my attention. I just want to restate the substitute motion.
It wasn't a substitute. He combined it with the other motion.
No, he came back and said it was a substitute. He did. He came back and clarified it with the substitute. So I'm going to go back to the commissioner. Hold on. Everybody just hold on. I'm going to go into the commissioner from the 6th, and then I'm going to come back to the 2nd and the 1st unless they waive. Commissioner from the 6th.
Mr. Mayor, my motion was in essence to get out of the ambulance business, the transport The transfer has been there for a year so we can get the organization staff back up and we revisit in a year's time. But get out of it immediately. That's my motion. So you don't want me to elaborate about it, so I have to be stuck with that.
Yeah. Yeah. I hate to say it this way, you know, and I may ask for the parliamentarian to step in, but you know, we're talking about the fire department assessment, and the question of germaneness comes to my mind. We went from fire department to now we're talking about ambulances, when the real issue at hand is the leadership, the employees from a fire department perspective, the base fire department perspective, which is what brings us to today's conversation. That's the same issue as it relates to item number 19 as well. Augusta Fire Department needs assessment. And so that is my concern. A priority to item, a single item on here, is the issue of ambulance dispatching in terms of the spreadsheet of items. The majority of the other issues, 99.9% of the other issues, are related to workforce. So I'm gonna push back a little bit with regards to your substitute motion. I mean, it is a substitute motion, but
I want to hear from the
go
attorney,
ahead.
Mr. Mayor.
Let me.
Yeah,
The
I'm gonna raise the attorney.
Yeah, I need it because
All
I
right,
think
Attorney Brown.
Jermaine. I think we talking about one and the same.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
let me ask that commission for you, and let me respond to the mayor if you don't mind. Mr. Mayor, can I respond to you? Can I respond for clarity?
Can we call for the vote?
Well, who's second?
All right, Attorney Brown.
Mayor Pro
Attorney
Tem
Brown.
second.
Okay.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem did second it. He absolutely did.
Right here.
All right, Attorney Brown, we're voting on effectively abolishing the ambulance service. But yet the matter that's before us is addressing the fire department needs assessment. And my question is around germaneness. We took a single item and took it out of what was the broader issue. And I'm not hanging my hat on this. I don't think that this is the real issue that's in front of us.
Violation of the memorandum of agreement.
Yeah.
What's the minimum?
Is it Jermaine? I mean, because I think it is. Go ahead, Mr. Attorney.
What's the memorandum of agreement that's being referred to?
Can we provide ambulances?
That's right.
Well,
we listen.
Going back to the
Hold on, Commissioner from the ninth. Just hold on. We asked for the attorney, now we got him. We'll let him speak.
well, going back to the mayor's question of germaneness, I believe with the practice of the commission and the way that we put agenda items, which are often wide-ranging, unpredictable subject matters, that that I think this motion is well within a predictable discussion. So I would think that the item would be germane.
Okay.
Call for the vote, Mr. Mayor.
I don't know if that's good. What the attorney said in terms of unpredictable and wide ranging. Madam Clerk. All right, so we've got a substitute motion. All right, Commissioner from the second. These are my final two here. Commissioner from the second.
No, I didn't have a comment.
All right, Commissioner from the first.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
The company that did the needs assessment had 16 recommendations.
Yeah.
And none of the 16 recommendations talks about leave of absence or suspension or anything like that. I have personally seen an experience where an ambulance was called and waited 30, 35, 40 minutes, and an ambulance did not show up, and the fire department ended up showing up addressing those calls. I think about 90% of the calls, the fire department is the first responders.
Yes.
When it comes to records of employees at the fire department, I'd be willing to bet you $1 against a dime that engineering has a record of all of their employees in the engineering department. Utilities have a record of all of their employees in the utilities department. Parks and Recreation have a record of all of their employees in the recreation department, in addition to HR having a record of all of these employees. So I don't think that we should treat the fire department any differently than we do any other department. We asked for a needs assessment, and now we want to extend the recommendations of the people that we paid to do the needs assessment. I mean, if that be the case, we could have done it ourselves.
All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner from the 6th, this is to you, sir.
Yes.
With regards to your substitute motion. I'm looking at the spreadsheet with the recommendations in it. And this question is directly to you. Is it not true that Gold Cross is responsible for dispatch of all ambulances in the EMS zone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it also not true then that any ambulances that are in the zone are not only dispatched by Gold Cross, but the notable exception is that pursuant to the current MOU with them? Can you
start
hear me?
again on that? Because you froze up a minute.
Right. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it also not true that pursuant to the agreement with Gold Cross, where we're paying them a stipend, I believe, of $600,000, that part of those contractual obligations were that the city of Augusta would place its 3 ambulances in the zone in order to meet the intent of that requirement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now I only raised that around your substitute motion, that had it not been the question thrown out here earlier by, I think, the commissioner from the 4th, as I think broadly about where we are, I would pose that to you in light of what you are suggesting should happen, because whatever the result of this is, would requires then to come back and revisit whatever that contractual obligation is, because you're effectively taking those 3 units out of the zone, which is the only way Gold Cross was able to meet its intended obligations of the zone.
Yeah. No.
So I just want you to be conscious of that, okay?
Can I respond?
You can.
Okay. Mr. Mel, I'm very conscious of that. And you got between, I guess, South Star, Gold Cross, based on our arrangement, who you can find to deliver the service. Mr. Mel, I think if you look at page 18 strictly talks about the ambulance service of the assessment. So it says the addition of the 2 ambulances was one of the most explosive voice displeasure heard when they were incorporated in the department by the fire chief. This addition of ambulance changed the operation of the department at a total of 3 fully capable transportation ambulances to augment the 8 private Gold Cross ambulances, to your point. But as you read this whole thing, this was one of the biggest since 2018 when we started this process. This has been one of the most explosive. This is one that has made that where we have made mandatory overtime on the fire department employees just because of trying to put these ambulances on the ground. Also, Mr. Mayor, understand that one ambulance that we had before we purchased 2, that ambulance was involved in following the fire department when they went on calls in the event of a firefighter a citizen of Augusta got hurt, they could transport them immediately. That don't exist no more because we took that ambulance and tied it to 2 other ambulances, and now the firefighters, they're at risk and in harm's way. And be mindful, Mr. Mayor, when we're talking about first responders, this is not, we're not talking about that. We're talking about getting into the transport business, to your point, that we have to find a way, give ourselves 30 days, our attorney get and work it out, whether it's with Gold Cross or whether it's South Star, to work out another arrangement. From the time that he worked at arrangement, that's when that year starts. And we look back at it, but right now we are understaffed. We spent almost $1.5 million this year alone on overtime, and it's mainly because of that. Another thing about the ambulance that has not been mentioned, Mr. Mayor, you have firefighters whose pension were in jeopardy because they were spending time on the ambulance, and that's why when Commissioner Flournoy was doing his interview, in fairness to him, he was absolutely minding his own business doing an interview, and one of the previous firefighters came up to him saying that Chief James had to be somewhere in September to a pension hearing. That strictly centered around firefighters who was in jeopardy of their fire pension because they were spending hours on the ambulance. So we need to take it off the table for at least a year, Mr. Mayor, and that's all I'm saying. So I'm aware of all of that.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner from the second, yes.
Yes, sir. If we go back once again and look at that recommendation listing, it says ambulance dispatching. It said the city should seek more control on the distribution of ambulances responses. Monthly statistical data should be received, outline each ambulance response and the nature of that call. And that's something they recommend that we do. And that's something we can't even get our provider to do. And okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, for the
All
question,
right,
Mr.
Madam Clerk, we got a substitute motion.
This is just bullshit.
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay. All right, hold on. Everybody just suspend. All right, I'm going to ask you. I know you don't want to do it, but I'm going to ask you to do it. If you would just mute your devices for a moment. I'm going to recognize the attorney. And then when you're called on for the vote, you can unmute it at the time. Everybody, if you would, just do that so we can get the background chatter out. All right, Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I do not want to interfere or get involved with the substance of your decisions and your meetings. However, right now, I do not know that between HR, administration, and legal, whether we at a point of comfort and knowledge of knowing the impact if you approve this decision, or in terms of what obligations Augusta has, and in terms of the contracts and obligation it has with Gold Cross. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this decision that you may make. I'm simply saying right now the impact of it, I think, is not known by staff. And whether it creates a safety issue for the public or not, I'm not sure that is known. So if you do vote, I would at least say give some distance between the time of putting anything into effect for staff to review the impact of the decision and for us to be able to get back with you in a couple of weeks at your next meeting to see what the impact of the decision may be. And I'm not saying it's not a good idea or a bad idea. I'm simply saying this decision probably will have some consequences. It won't just be a vote.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think Commissioner Hassan said once we agree on something, we can start the time from that point on. Not just we're going to do it today. We had to get an agreement.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think what the attorney clearly is saying though, it's not just getting an agreement with Gold Cross. What is the impact to overall public services as a result of this decision? That's not I'm gonna pick up the phone and I'm gonna call Gold Cross and call their attorney and say, this is what we're gonna do. This is truly an impact potentially to the life, health, welfare, and safety of the members of our citizens, that if you just look at the 203,000 that live here, not including the 400,000 during work week, it is something for you to give strong consideration to. This issue, I'm gonna use the commissioner from the 6th word. This issue has become highly explosive, charged, but more politicized than anything. What I'm what I'm disappointed by is the lack of willingness to engage McGrath and have them sit down with us and articulate their findings, their methodology, to include my surprise that the commissioner from the 8th deleting it off the agenda. And he did tell me that during the course of the beginning of our meeting that he was making that decision. But I just find that fundamentally flawed from the standpoint of how do we get to a place of addressing the issues? Let me pointedly say this right here. If this was all just a matter of firing the fire chief, then somebody could have simply made a motion and said, well, I move to terminate the fire chief. That didn't happen. And my better angels tell me that there is at least some desire to get the fire department to a better place.
But Mr. Mayor,
my caution, I'm not done yet. I'm not done. My caution is that now we're going around the bend, over the bridge, and riding the wagon to do that, as opposed to addressing the fire department holistically by bringing those folks in and having that conversation.
Mr. Mayor, we had not done anything. We've been talking about this issue for quite some time. It is explosive. We're now talking about putting something in place so we can get to that point. We don't make a vote today and resolve or go out of the business, but we at least ought to have the attorney to talk to somebody. And if it don't work, we still can come back. We ain't lost nothing. The problem started when we got into the ambulance business in the first place. That's the whole premise of this whole thing. When we started the hiring people and buying equipment and getting in the ambulance business, trying to get started, and we can't afford the subsidy that we keep saying, but we can't afford to get in the business. So this is the first step to doing something versus just talking about it. That's all we've been doing. We won't even make a vote now. We done changed this thing 4 or 5 times. The attorney gave us
All for the question. Let's vote.
That's right. It's time to go and move forward one way or the other. I don't understand this.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy. Is Mr. Fenoy in, sir?
I don't know.
No.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries 7-3 with Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Sias, and Mr. Dennis Williams voting no.
Attorney Brown.
Yes, sir.
What do you understand is your charge at this point? Yours, HR's, and the administrators. What do you understand is your charge at this point?
I do not believe we've received one yet.
Okay, I was afraid of that.
That's not true,
Right.
Mr.
Well, I mean, you can't speak for him. He just said he didn't believe it. What the
hope you
body
understand
just voted
what
on.
the motion was. The
What
motion
the
was in charge.
body
What's
just,
the
Commissioner
motion?
Williams, would you pause for a moment? What the body just voted on was to suspend ambulance service for 1 year.
And I said, Madam, you got 30 days.
I hadn't finished yet.
Okay. All
To
right.
suspend ambulance service, and for the next over the next 30 days, you have conversation, and if possible, come back sooner with what the impact to Augusta's service delivery efforts are, and how best to effectuate what the commission just did.
And that will start the 1 year after we come back.
He'll come back, Commissioner. I got it.
Okay, but you need to say all that, Mr. Mayor, because it's as if we just suspended the service.
No,
we
he's coming
still
back.
got the service.
Commissioner Williams, he's coming back, and he's going to report back to the commission based on those things.
But
It's
we still
understood
have the
about
service
that.
until that part, right? We still have the
Yes.
service until that
That's
point.
correct.
Okay, well, that need to be plain. This is too serious to skip over it.
Okay.
That is clear to
Okay.
me.
Very well. Madam Clerk, item number 21.
Item 21 is a motion to authorize the Finance Department team to work with the Coliseum Authority to begin the process for refunding 2010 Coliseum and T Center project bonds and the issuance up to $8 million of additional bonds for work on the proposed new James Brown Arena.
Commissioner from the 6th.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I know my colleague, Commissioner Dennis Williams, but normally when these things happen, what he didn't say is that the entity, which is the Augusta Arena, had some concerns about it. He decided that he wanted to, delete it from the agenda or put it back on the agenda another week. So if he has some concerns, I think we can potentially get the chairman and as well as the vice chairman and try to answer those questions, because this is a decision that I thought all of us was heading in the right direction. It's a matter of getting a finance team with our finance team, financial advisors on board and trying to move forward, refinance some bonds, save some money, and do some things we typically normally do. I don't see nothing very unusual about this process other than the fact that we're considering giving their first money they can move to building a new arena. So between Cedric Johnson and Brad Ursher are both, they can speak to this conversation and we can address it today.
Commissioner from the 1st.
I'd like to make a motion that this item come back and at the next meeting.
Last second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Commissioner from the
Mr. Mayor,
8th.
I make a substitute motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a substitute motion that we approve this.
Second.
Second.
Okay. I got a substitute motion. Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
No.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias.
Same.
Did he abstain, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
No.
That motion carries with Mr. Fenoy and Mr. Marion Williams voting no, Mr. Sias abstaining.
Mr. Mayor, I had my hand up to answer a question and you went ahead and took the vote. I guess you thought I was going to, maybe you can't see. I don't know, you got glasses on now, but my hand was here because I'm very interested in this process. I think we're wrong. We had one meeting at the James Brown Arena about this situation. We wanted to build a facility for $200+ million in the same location with no parking deck, no way of having the parking, talking about share riding and sheltering people. I think we're making a serious mistake. I can't support this. Right. I got no problem with it with the James Brown Arena, even back in the same place. But we have not vetted this at all. When I was trying to get my little input put in, you overlooked me, went right on it and took the vote. So I got some serious issue when we're gonna take $200+ million, build a 2,000 seat capacity arena, which gives 10,000 seats when we can't fill up the 8,000. That's the first problem. The other problem I got is we're gonna tear down the old facility, be almost 2 years or better before we have any facility. But we don't see nothing wrong with it. So I got some issue with that. I think this is very, very wrong to put on the back of the taxpayers, and I can't support it.
All right, very good. Voted against it. All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to go to item number 27. Item number 27.
Man, I hope you don't try that no more like you just did, man. Not
Well,
this year.
Commissioner from the night, let me be clear. I'm on a smaller screen today, and I'm not on the big screen.
Okay.
So
Now,
yeah,
if I blurt out, I'm wrong. If I blurt out, now you better get your magnifying glass out so you can see us now.
All right, Administrator Sims. Thank you, sir. Administrator Sims.
Mayor and Commissioners, if we could have Jeff go ahead and load the presentation.
Where I got it.
Jeff, if you move to slide 2.
Exactly.
Mayor and Commissioners, today I come before you to present our proposed 2021 budget. This year, 2020, has been a year that we would have never imagined. We find ourselves in unprecedented times. COVID-19 has impacted the world, our nation, our state, and our community, Augusta, Richmond County. Our economy is still experiencing the crippling impact of COVID-19. Next slide, Jeff. As we prepared for the 2021 budget, we had to take all of this into consideration while still maintaining the same budget process. The timeline was approved by the commission. The departments prepared and submitted their budgets to the finance department. Some departments requested budget work sessions with the administrator's office. The budgets were developed by the administrative and finance team, and today we're here to present the budget. We also know we will probably have continued discussion and work sessions if needed, and we are working towards getting the budget adopted by the commission. When we started off preparing this budget, we were dealing with the ongoing impact of COVID-19 and its damaging impact on the service sectors such as hospitality, travel, entertainment, and eating out. This has resulted in a downturn in sales taxes, with having some businesses to temporarily close, and unfortunately, some businesses had to permanently close. With Augusta also being a major tourist city, we also had to cancel major events that bring thousands of tourists to our community. This has decreased our revenues in comparison to 2020. With all of this being said, we started with a directive from our office that the departments were instructed to have flat budgets, no increased levels of services from 2020. We also had revenue assumptions of 2% growth in the digest, the sales tax of 3% growth in rolling 12-month averaging, and no increase in electric franchise fees revenues. Before you are the budget totals. As you can see in the general fund law enforcement, it reflects $11,088,020 deficit. We will address this in later slides. Also, you will see in the special revenue funds, it also reflects the deficit, and most of that is from the street light, and it also includes the DUI funds as well as the Solicitors Victims Assistance Fund. Next slide, Jeff. With our total general fund revenue, if you see the highlighted, from comparison 2020 in comparison to the projection for 2021, we're reflecting a 4.8 million decrease. Next slide, Jeff. If you look at the general fund tax revenue, also in comparison to 2020 or 2021, we're reflecting a $4 million decrease. With our major tax revenue types, we are reflecting from franchise tax reflects a 1.3 million decrease, and our local option sales tax also reflects a 2.8 million decrease. We are showing a marginal increase with the ad valorem tax of 0.3 million. The point of making you all aware of this matter is to let you know where we started. With the diligent and hard work from everyone, we were able to address the deficit. Working together, we're here to present the 2021 proposed balanced budget. With the 2021 projected revenue, it reflects $164,009,480. With the expenditures, as you can see, $175,097,500, which reflects a deficit of $11,088,020. If we also take into consideration the new personnel requests and new program requests of almost $4.8 million, the deficit grows to about $15.8 million. After we conducted our reconciliation, our total projected revenue for 2021 is $164,200,000. Our total projected expenditures, go ahead, next slide, Jeff, for 2021 is $172,325,000. With our 2021 budget recommendation and what is required by law to have a balanced budget, we had to come up with some recommendations. We are proposing for the 2021 budget, we will fund required increases expenditures at the fund level, taking into consideration the additional cost of the pension, which is $2.5 million, as well as the additional $600,000 in added healthcare costs. The department budgets will be held at a 2020 level adjusted, also taking into consideration the 2020 COLA that was approved and the 2020 approved new personnel. We are not recommending no funding for new projects or personnel requests for the 2021 budget. How are we getting here? To get to the proposed balanced budget, it reflects the $8,125,000. Our proposal for a balanced budget is the use of the CARES funding transit operation, which would eliminate the required transfer from general funds of $3.8 million and for fund balance allocation of $4.3. In regards to the fund balance allocation, we didn't take this recommendation lightly. We definitely know using fund balance for recurring operation is not something that is something of customary. However, in times of this nature, fund balance is used for emergency and extraordinary circumstances, and we all can agree that 2020 has been both. We've had our experiences of emergencies as well as extraordinary circumstances. Therefore, I would contend fund balance in this case is both appropriate and necessary to sustain the existing level of services provided and expected from our citizens. Our 2021 budget, other funds out of balance, we are going to schedule for 2021, the first quarter, a street light committee to start back those discussions, as well as for the DUI court and the solicitor 5% crime victims assistance funds. We also know during the work sessions, we will be discussing those matters to address those out of fund balance. We all know, as far as with the street light, the fee structure as it is now does not generate adequate revenue. The fee structure must be addressed prior to the 2021 tax bills being mailed. And again, we would like to discuss this early 2021. Included in your budget books are also the requests for new personnel, which is tab 5, and new programs, which is tab 6. We included this for information purposes only. Due to our revenue constraints, again, we're not recommending no new personnel nor new programs for our 2021 budget. Our final thoughts. This is a preliminary plan intended to start the discussion at the commission level. Our current year revenues and expenditures are monitored to determine the effect of any on our 2021 projections. As our conditions or collections trends change, estimates may be adjusted. For our 2020 budget as presented, there were a lot of unforeseen challenges, and we are focused on being prepared for the challenges and the opportunities that 2021 will surely bring to our organization. Our budget calendar will remain the same. We anticipate some work sessions. Our adopted budget must be by the 17th. Implementation of our budget is January the 1st. And I would like to recognize all the departments and agencies, the finance department, as well as the administrators team for preparing a very challenging and difficult budget for 2021. We also have the finance team available to assist with any questions you all may have.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for a start here. I have a couple questions. You say it's a flat budget, but your expenditures in the general fund went up 3.5 million. Was there no discussion of keeping levels to that 3.5 million where we would only be less than $1 million off, not even having to use fund balance instead of going up? Or what was the thought process on that?
The increase was reflected with the additional pension costs and the added healthcare costs, Commissioner.
Okay.
Uncontrollable out of our.
I got you. This government, you know, we've had a balanced budget every year I've been on this commission. I'm thinking we can do it again if we just tighten the bolts a little bit. You know, I would hope that, like, I know in this government in the past has done like a 2% across the budget, across the departments to get the money. I really hope that in a future discussion, it's brought back to us where we can cut, whether that's travel, whether that's things that might be, you know, we're not going to use in 2021 because of the state of where we are as a country. But I think that, you know, we need to find as much money as we can to not pull out of that fund base balance, that 4.3 million. And I hope that y'all can bring us back a little bit more of where we can cut, to make that difference up, because that is a significant amount of money. And I'm hoping we can have a good dialogue again before we lock up this budget. So thank y'all.
Thank you. Commissioner from third.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask the administrator a couple questions?
Please do.
Jarvis, so with the announcement that came from the governor's office, as far as not receiving any future CARES Act funds, how much did that hurt us as far as a deficit of what we have either planned on spending or already spent?
As far as the budget, it did not have that impact. But as far as we all were with the understanding there was going to be some funds for round 2 and round 3. So as far as with the CARES Act, that was devastating for our community, not receiving any funds.
Okay, but we would have seen the same deficit even if we received future funds?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do we have any CARES Act funding still available that we could try to help offset this deficit in the general fund?
We also added as an addendum a CARES update, and we will be talking about that at that point.
When will we talk about it?
We have it scheduled today.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor.
Hold on. I'm adding you to the list, sir. All right, going to Commissioner from 6. Commissioner from 6.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I'm sorry. I heard Mr. Administrator, and I apologize to you. I was doing the same thing, reading something else that I was trying to listen to you at the same time. But I think did I see on one of these slides that there was about $43,000 or something with the disparity study, a deficit or something? Maybe I saw it on another slide or something.
Disparity study?
Yeah, if I did, I apologize. I'll find it a little bit later, I guess.
No, sir, we didn't reference the disparity study in this presentation.
In those parentheses, you didn't reference it directly, but it looked like some things that might have had some deficits or something of that nature.
If you were referencing, I indicated a $4 million decrease from the general fund, as well as we also referenced a $4.8 million decrease from general funds in comparison to last year, from 2021.
Okay, I could be, if I find it, I'll come back. I got my sheets now before me. So you can go ahead and answer my other question. If I raise my hand, if I can find what I'm asking. I apologize.
The commissioner from the 6th is going to page 11 of your slide presentation and other required changes in that section page. He's referencing the $42,000 difference here. That's what he's referring to, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly.
At the bottom of the page.
Page 11,
Gotcha.
Administrator Sims, page 11.
Gotcha. When we did our reconciliation, that is what that is for.
What does that mean, if you don't mind?
I'm gonna let, if the finance director can chime in on that one for us.
Okay.
It should reflect the decrease in that cost, just like it is.
Does. It is reflecting a decrease, but I'd like for her to kind of chime in to find out why. So
that's actually a net saving, sir.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's the case, because we don't know where the $42,000 don't want to inconvenience it and they'll be looking for money.
No, it refers to a net decrease in cost.
Okay. Thank you.
Donna, Commissioner from the 6th wants to have you chime in on page 11.
Okay, on page 11, those items on there that were shown as adjustments to the expenditure level in the 2020 budget are items that were not required to be funded in 2021. That was the gist of that reconciliation.
Okay. So in other words, the study and everything is paid for, so you have $42,000 more than was actually needed to pay for the service.
The disparity study will be completed in 2020 and it will not impact the 2021 budget at all.
Okay, but I'm asking about the $42,000.
Yes, sir. The disparity study, it was budgeted at a line item larger than that for this current year. So I'm not sure if that is a difference. We may have combined that with some other items and left the total as the disparity study, but basically it's a reduction in some items that are not required for 2021 and 2020. I will get back to you on the exact specifics of that one. As you can see, the other ones up there, like the decreased election expenditures, those are items that cause the 2020 budget to swell and will not be required in 2021.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
So
thank you, Mr.
I will get right back to y'all on that.
Thank
you. All right. Thank you. All right, I'm going to Commissioner from the 10th, Commissioner Clark.
Sir, thank you. I withdraw my question. It was answered when she answered the commissioner from the 6th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner from the 5th.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Mayor Pro Tem said 2% cut. I think we need to look for at least 5% in each of our departments, and I think they can do that. The other thing that I looked at with the budget, and we just got to make hard decisions, Mr. Administrator. I see we got, I think, $50,000 going out to the boxing club and other entities like that. Well, we're going to have to make some hard decisions for 1 year. So we may need to cut some of those folks out for 1 year. I see them all over, the budget as far as $15,000 and $25,000 and $50,000 during our budget. You did say we were freezing positions, I believe. and there may be some other positions that you can you can let go that we don't have to fill for a while. So that would help. Now, I want to ask a question, and it's because I don't understand. I understand that we're self-insured. Is Donna still there?
He is. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, we're self-insured, so that doesn't play into the budget, the monies that we pay out for lawsuits or what have you, does it? Does that figure into the budget, or is that just money that's hanging out there? And if
No,
so,
sir,
is that money? Go ahead.
We don't have pools of money that are just hanging out there, sir. It does impact the budget that flows through the law department. And each time that a settlement comes out of the executive session, those funds are allocated either from an existing pool that is already budgeted for settlements, or it will have those come individually out of fund balance as those decisions occur.
Okay, so I guess my question is, go ahead.
Okay, we first exhaust our contingency in most cases. That is what contingency is for those items that come up that are unplanned during the year. The ones that contingency cannot hold, as was the settlement with the Fleming Park incident, those come directly from fund balance with an action of the commission.
I got you. So I guess I'm getting to the question, is it better that we insure ourselves or that we seek insurance to cover our lawsuits or what have you? Is it cheaper for us to just self-insure?
Historically, when we have compared the cost of premiums to the amounts that we've paid out, being self-insured has been more cost effective.
Okay. All right. I just reiterate one of Mr. Administrator, I think they can go across the board and cut some things out. Maybe a position that you want that you can cut out, or maybe some computers or what have you. But I think we can still do a little bit better. And my last question, has the new administrator taken a look at this budget?
No, not to my knowledge, sir. I have had some brief conversations with the new administrator, but and it was very brief, but we have not talked about the budget.
I'd like for him to take a look at the budget, because not that you guys aren't good, but he may have some different ideals or just something from an outside perspective to take a look at the budget. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner from the 8th, we can't hear you. Commissioner from the 8th, we cannot hear you. Mm-mm.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
That was weird. Okay, thanks, sir. Sorry about that. I agree with my colleague from the 5th in asking our departments to look across the board to find a 5% cut. I think that is the wise decision to make in regards to what we're looking at our shortcomings for the year, as well as some of the other money that has been expended to other services such as the boxing club and the other examples. And, you know, I really hope that we're going to have a workshop to go over this budget even further in the future, because I think there's a lot here to digest. And I'm going to ask the administrator if we have a schedule set yet for budget workshops.
At this time, we do not, but we look forward to working with you all schedules to go ahead and put something in place.
You know, I'd like to get started on this as soon as next week, if that's possible.
We can follow up with Ms. Bonner and go ahead and start the scheduling.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner from the 1st.
Administrator Sims.
Yes, sir.
In the past, we have had departments that had employees, had positions that was budgeted in their department, but over the years, these positions were never filled? Or is this budget right here, does that include any unfilled vacancies?
Yes, it does. And Director Williams can talk about how we budget for lapsed salaries.
Yes, okay.
Okay, if I can address that. Yes, sir, in order to control the number of authorized positions, each department's budget reflects the total amount of, assuming that that department would be 100% funded for the year. So that is shown in the individual departments, but we know that with an employee workforce of 2,800 employees, that we are not 100% funded for 100% filled for 100% of the time. But historically, we know the amount, approximately the amounts of money that we do not expend for budgeted salaries. So that is recovered. It is shown as a reduction at the fund level. So that's lots of times when you'll see me shaking my head if y'all start talking about eliminating positions. You eliminate a position, but we have already assumed that there is going to be a vacancy rate that pretty much accounts for that. So you pretty much evened yourself out. You can go through the exercise, but we have a projection included in this budget for savings due to occupancy of unfilled positions throughout the year. And
So
we've always done that.
Okay. So is that savings included in the deficit?
Yes, sir, it is. And I will point out to you once again, as Administrator Sims said, we started with the level of the 2020 budget. So when you start talking about a 5% reduction for operations for those departments, you are talking about reducing their expenditures in their from the 2020 level by another 5%.
All right.
All right. Here.
All right, hold on just a second, Commissioner. I'm going to come back to you. All right, I want to make sure I got those hands that haven't spoken yet. All right, Commissioner from the 5th, back to you.
Yeah, I want to make that a motion that the departments reduce their budgets by 5%.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. I would urge y'all to think long and hard about doing that. Because I don't think you've got all of the facts at this point before you make that motion and then subsequently vote on it. I think that you're looking at a snapshot in time and trying to make a decision without all of the details about what this budget incorporates, but more importantly, without any real consideration into 2021. All right, I'm going to defer to Director Williams. You recognizing Director Williams, Donna?
Yes, sir. I think you just made my point for me that there are some smaller departments that may have only 2 or 3 people in them that have the majority of their expenditures are for their positions and those fringe benefits. They may or may not have 5% in operations. Additionally, there are some departments that within those departments is the cost of a substantial contract. I'll point to our HR department, who houses the ADP timekeeping and the benefits contract. If you've required a 5% reduction on the total amount of their budget, that includes the amount of the contract, and it may wipe out their entire operational budget just to get to that 5%. We can, of course, provide y'all with the amounts that those 5% reductions would generate, but the last resort is typically an across-the-board reduction. A surgical reduction is much more appropriate and tends to be much more effective rather than just
a slap shot across the board for X amount of percentage, but we can prepare those numbers for discussion at your budget workshops.
Donna, I think that's appropriate to certainly prepare that. Once again, I'll mention the following. Local budgets are much different than state budgets. There are substantially more revenue options to look at and or to deal with when you're dealing with the state budget. But there's also greater flexibility in terms of how you handle that. I think it's a prudent and, quite frankly, a much more measured approach to be surgical, and even the discussion around how you would give consideration to cuts to any agency and or department. I think it takes a broader understanding of what the service delivery strategy is. And so as we're having this more thoughtful and broad conversations about the 2021 budget, I want to make sure that we're incorporating all of those things into that as we look at what clearly has been an unprecedented year, a year where there has been a downturn in sales tax revenue, while at the same time, just in the last 2 months, sales tax collections have been up across the board in the state of Georgia, which then translates into revenue being more stable at the level as well. So you have to look at the budget clear lens, but also a full glass of water. And so that's what I would also offer and urge the two gentlemen to consideration to withdrawing your motion.
Well, I like to vote it up or vote it down, because we all going to have to make some hard decisions. And I mean, you guys can go back and if a department needs money or what have you, we can talk about that. But I think we're going to have to make some hard decisions across the board.
All right, Commissioner from the state.
The fifth, are you open to, if we pass this measure, but at the same time, giving the finance director and the administrator also to look at what they are recommending, even though we give them direction to do this, to not necessarily implement it, bring it back to us, and have both of them on the table, because she was concerned about smaller departments, meaning that your vote is to everybody about 5%. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, that's what I meant. That's what I meant when I said they can take a look at it, and if a department needs some money or what have you, then they can make some adjustments. But I think for the most part, we all are going to have to make some hard decisions. It looks like a hard budget. So I don't have a problem with that at all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. All right, Bowden.
Mr. Clark,
No.
Ms. Davis,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
I'm abstaining.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett.
Can you repeat the motion one more time?
Motion is to have departments reduce their respective budgets by 5% and to allow finance department to prepare reduction.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sayas,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams. Is he still in, sir?
No.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay. Mr. Marion Williams? Mr. Marion Williams? Okay, I guess he's out.
It fails.
Okay, that motion fails with Mr. Clark, Ms. Davis, and Mr. Dennis Williams voting no, Mr. Fenoy abstaining. Mr. Marion Williams out.
Administrator Sims and the team, thank you all for the budget preparation, the budget recommendation preparation presentation. We appreciate that. And at this juncture, Madam Clerk, we're going to go to item number 25.
Item 25, discuss the process for rebidding waste haulers contract. contracts. Mr. Marion Williams. See on the board, sir?
That was number 22. I'm sorry. Did I say 25?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Number 22.
22 is a motion to approve $25,000 request to assist Greater Augusta's Interfaith Coalition Total Census Count Initiative.
Ms. from first.
Mr. Mayor, I tried to put that on the consent agenda, but somebody had it pulled. I'd like to know why they had it pulled.
All right, Commissioner from the 8th.
Okay. That thing was, why can't you meet tomorrow?
All right, hold on. Okay.
We good?
All right, Commissioner from the 8th. Yep, we're good now.
Yes, I pulled this for the very same reason from the previous discussion. We're already facing a budget shortfall. You know, we've talked about this for the past 2 or 3 meetings, and you know, the Interfaith Coalition has said that this was a volunteer organization to get out the, you know, to make sure that everybody was counted, and we appreciate that greatly. And you know, we've asked them numerous times to tell us what the money was going towards, and we have yet to see that. And that's the reason that I can't support this.
You still there, Mr. Mayor?
I'm waiting on you.
Okay. I think the since the census begun, the Interfaith Coalition has invested their time and their monies to make sure that as many people in Richmond County are counted. And because they have incurred expenses, I think they need to be partially or fully reimbursed for the monies that they have invested in this. I think the real beneficiary of the efforts that they have put in are going to be the city of Augusta. And I think Commissioner Hassan had a breakdown of the economic impact that each person that they registered would have on the city of Augusta over the next 10 years. So I think that we should go ahead and approve the 25,000.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. Voting.
Mr. Clark,
No.
Ms. Davis,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum. See on the board, sir?
I don't know where he's at.
Mr. Garrett,
No.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes.
Mr. Sayas.
Ma'am.
What? I didn't hear that. Yes, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams. That motion failed with Mr. Clark, Ms. Davis, and Mr. Garrett voting no. Mr. Marion Williams out. Amen.
Number 23.
Number 23 is to receive an update regarding the beginning of the 5-year stormwater review.
Commissioner from the 8th.
Yes, this item has to do with the 5-year stormwater review. I believe that we have the engineering department that is ready to give a presentation.
All right. Okay.
I am open to doing this at a workshop if we need to due to the time.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna.
Is this the last item?
Hold on. I'm not sure who's talking or who was attempting to talk. All right, who wants to be recognized? Okay, Commissioner from.
Can we do it in the workshop?
Mr. Mayor, I will agree with Commissioner Garrett. I think we ought to move this to a workshop to be scheduled due to time constraints.
Okay. I'm gonna sound like the commissioner from tonight. Y'all signed up for this job. You ain't got nowhere to go. All right. You
Yeah,
making
Mr. Mayor, where
Huh?
is the commissioner from the night?
I have no idea. Right, you said Commissioner from the Fifth, you making a motion?
Sorry, sir, what?
Let's get it over with.
Fifth, making a motion?
Sitting around all day, let's do it.
All right, let's do it then.
Are we making a motion to refer this to a work session?
Yeah.
Let's
do it.
Miss,
All right. Do
Commissioner
I?
Tyus, are you saying do the
do I have-
presentation or do the
do I have-
workshop?
Let's cover this review now.
All right, well, let's do it then. I got nothing but time. I was trying to think about our employees that are sitting around at 5:30 and they got families to get home to.
I don't see. Okay, maybe they brought him in because I didn't see whoever's doing the presentation. All right, there we go. All right. Dr. Malik. Dr. Malik.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna.
All right, tell us who you have there, and then I'm going to turn it back over to the commissioner from the 8th.
Yes, sir. Oscar Fry is gonna present what we have. So.
Yep. Good afternoon.
You can share that.
Can
we share the screen?
Was there a presentation sent out to everybody?
Yes.
There's slides, yes.
Yeah.
All right, very good.
It's in your book.
All right.
Okay. Do we want to share the screen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Yeah, everybody can see the screen.
Okay. So we'll go through. So really, just to refresh everybody's memory, this district or the entire service area is 308 square miles. That's one of the largest for any stormwater utility, not only in Georgia but also the southeast. Within the entire service area, there's over 44,000 catch basins, 730 miles of pipe, 500 miles of storm ditches, and over almost 1,300 detention ponds. So the reason to implement the stormwater utility was to improve response to customer requests, remain in compliance with the stormwater permit, rehab failing infrastructure, decrease flooding, and implement a watershed master plan related to flood mitigation projects. So in 2015, the engineering department, when you embark on this, you do what's called a level of service. So the level of service was the 5 previous things that we just listed that Augusta wanted to see in terms of increasing the service. Based upon these metrics here, this is what the service was in 2015, and that was really the kickoff to implement the utility, to increase all of these levels to a B or a B+ rating. That was the goal. So the stormwater fee, the entire fee itself, generates today about 13.2 million a year. 2016 was the first year, so it got up and running that year. But you can see it's been 13.4 or 13.2 pretty much every year since. Now all of those funds are broken down into county workforces. That's about almost $5 million. That's in essence 81.5 equivalent units. Half of those folks are in maintenance and the other half are permit compliance related. There's $2 million that go to indirect cost allocation, franchise fee, and payment in lieu of taxes. 1.4 million goes to operations and maintenance, so all the equipment, supplies, etc. And then about $5 million goes to the actual implementation of work getting done out in the field. 4.3 million of that is broken down in the actual work on the ground. So 3.3 is valued for right-of-way mowing. 0.13 million is drainage, tree removal. 0.7 million is pond cutting. 0.2 million is cleaning out pipes. And then there's another $1.2 million reserved for drainage studies and permit compliance. So that's really what you're getting on the ground services. So once, yeah, so the pie chart is showing where those funds, which district those funds actually come from. That's the breakdown, with the 28% blue starting at District 1 and going clockwise all the way up to the 7% District 8. Okay, so the next one is, this is where we rated ourselves based upon those previous metrics, and the justification of that that increased level of service was the development of a rain gauge water level sensor network. We developed our own. Development of a new stormwater management manual. So that is now being the local engineering community being trained on our Augusta stormwater manual. We are beginning sub-basin scale modeling to figure out where the trouble spots are. Capital improvement implementation. So that really is the dedicated SPLOST funds. So those are really program management activities. And then the NPDES compliance, so the non-operation and maintenance. Permit compliance is we're proactively looking at the assets to inspect them. That's part of the permit, and we're doing a much better job than we had in the past.
Yes, ma'am.
We also have 4 grants that were awarded for restoring several creeks in the county. Under the maintenance program, we have now brought part of that maintenance program into a proactive status. So we're doing things not always in a reactionary mode. We have designated stormwater fee funds. And so this is important for small and medium capital improvements. So your capital improvement SPLOST funds are actually all being used for very large trouble spots. So that's a big plus for the stormwater fee. You now have your SPLOST funds completely dedicated to large projects. The level of service has increased. In 2015, we were answering about 1,500 work orders, and now we're answering about 4,500 work orders, actually finishing those work orders. And then we also have, as a proactive component, we are required to look at our own detention ponds, but we have a program that also looks at private detention ponds. That's a very big component for being a proactive MS4. And then finally, capital improvement projects. There were 394 projects completed from 2016 to 2020. Those were SPLOST funded projects. And then the next step is ongoing historic flooding studies. So we're currently looking at trouble spots within the county. And right now we have studies to figure out how to fix those areas. right, the next is with the stormwater fee funds, most of that work is maintenance related. And this is the breakdown of the maintenance component. Really, there were 21,755 work orders closed over the 5-year period through last week. Just a breakdown of all the work that's done, and then you can see the pie chart again shows the breakdown of where those work orders were requested and where they were closed. So that's the work actually done throughout the county. The next is the small and medium projects. So as I mentioned, the stormwater fee funds go for small things, you know, a broken catch basin or something like that. That reserves your large projects directly for your SPLOST funds. This is the breakdown of those funds going for small projects. And this correlates to slides 26 through 31 at the back, which is the breakdown of every single project that was finished. The next one, now moving into the SPLOST funds, this is the breakdown of all of the SPLOST funds. And I had made a mistake when I put the slide together. This is supposed to be 1.75 million. I just added the 2 to come up with 5. So there was a mistake there.
On the project listed slide.
Yep, so all the projects are listed
22
in 21 through 25 that go with the SPLOST funds. All right. So to continue, the goal I think was a B+, and I think we've rated ourselves as at about a B. So there's a few more things that we can do, and this is the list of those things that we'll be working on moving forward. As I mentioned, there are some drainage, historic drainage issues, and these are the studies that are being conducted, the studies themselves, and then we have studies for stream bank erosion issues too that are ongoing now. Those funds, page 12 through 19. So those are the actual projects themselves. On page 20, you'll see that that's the funding for past and current projects. So we'll get down there, but I just wanted to run you through. These are future projects that we still need to address, but I just kind of wanted to run through a few of these current projects. This one is the Laney Walker area. This one is Goshen, Forest Hills. This is a stream bank restoration that's currently being proposed, 2 of them actually. And then, so these are all previous projects from 2016 on that have already been funded or are kind of coming to an end. But those studies, you can see the 5 studies that we looked at and the 2 stream bank restorations, that's almost $1 million. And these are the lists. So I won't go through the lists.
Yeah. And also would like to add to what Oscar presented that the program been working roughly 2 million short of what was projected going into the program. After we did the IR, impervious area review, and some adjustment, the revenue, projected revenue would drop around 900,000. And then our labor cost went up.
The third?
So
what third?
Almost $2 million short of what was projected, but still we were able to get to the B level. So I just wanted to emphasize.
Okay, that'd be fine. All right, thank you. All right, bye-bye.
Okay, we're wondering if there was any questions.
Move to receive this information.
I'm going to go to the commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner D. Williams, if you don't mind. Just give him, this is his item, give him a chance to speak to it, then I'll come back and we'll go from there, okay?
That's fine.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Gentlemen, I appreciate the.
Hold on, Mr. Just 1 minute if you don't.
Yeah,
Hold on 1 second. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Am I good?
You're good now. It's Attorney Brown.
Okay. Appreciate the presentation and the work that you put into providing this report that is due every 5 years. I have a couple questions just in regards to the fees that are collected and the first question is, do you see any need for increases to the monthly fees that are paid in?
No, sir. At this point, we are not requesting any need. I think there is a need to kind of look at how the collected fee been distributed and utilized. So we're working on that, but we are not requesting at least rate increase for the next couple of years.
Well, hopefully the next 5 years, if this is approved, to continue.
Yeah.
And as we move forward, one of the issues that has constantly stood out with constituents, especially in my district, is the amount of area that they must cover. District 8, has the most square miles out of any district out there. And, we have a lot of ditches that need to be cut. And, we've talked recently about the frequency of those cuttings around the city. Do you see any way that we could lower the cost per mile with our contractors to, enable us to have more cuttings?
Yes, sir. That's something we actually looking at that. In fact, we already have a request for proposal in the procurement. We're starting with the pond and easement, and then we already negotiated the current contract, bring it to the base price, which were awarded. But that will be our goal for in 2021 to rebid and bring the cost down. Yes, sir.
And I think I missed that. When do you think that you'll have those back in?
Next year, we're working with procurement to get these bids out. So our goal is to change from on-call contract to come up with a guarantee work like every year, how much, what the area, and get the prices based on that. And the hope is, the way it works, the price should come down because now everybody knows the magnitude of the work, so they can plan accordingly, finance accordingly. And we already brought it down almost $500,000 this year with 6 cut right away we're doing. So that we brought it down 500,000, but the goal is to bring that cost down. Right now is around $3,200 per linear mile to somewhere, other $1,000, maybe more per linear mile down. That's what we're gonna work with. That's why we're not asking for the rate increase. We're gonna do some improvement in the program, how we are spending this money.
And looking through this report, one of the things that really stuck out to me is that it seemed that each year there were fewer and fewer miles that were that a street sweeper was used on. Is there a reason behind that?
Yes, sir. The program was really not with the engineering department until 2018. The program was part of the environmental services department, and it was built into the waste collection contract. That contract ended somewhere in 2018, and that program was transferred by this commission to the engineering. We have 2 workable street sweepers. So that's the program we're working on to develop that program further and increase the number of street sweepers or save some money somewhere else and get some contract services. Really, that's the primary reason, the shift in the program from one department to the other. And we have only $250,000 allocated to this program.
So where's the disconnect in the transition? I mean, to me, making sure that our streets are swept to help keep the leaves out of the stormwater system. I mean, I know that's just a maintenance issue, but I would hope that that would be addressed too.
Really, there's no disconnect. Funding is a primary reason because stormwater program was funding only $250,000 days, while the program was with environmental services, and the rest of the money was coming from that department. When the program shifted, we only have now $250,000 to operate with. So that's what is the reduced funding, and that resulted in the reduced service.
Mr. Mayor.
Hold on a minute.
Yeah, I'll pause for Commissioner Williams.
Okay. All right, Commissioner from the 5th. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I have one question. Commissioner Garrett mentioned street sweeping. Dr. Malik, is there any way that we can schedule neighborhoods on a monthly basis for street sweeping come through? Schedule neighborhoods so we don't have to keep calling folks. We know that it's going to come through the first of the month and so forth and so on.
I mean, right now we are in the reactive mode, so we don't have resources to support that program to create a proactive schedule. As you know, Commissioner is saying, we have only 2, maybe 3 operational street sweeping. So, unless we find more money to fund this program, at this point, really, it is a reactive program.
So they only come out if you call them. I was saying they only come out if you call them.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it is reactive. So whenever we call or we may internally designate or know the area needs sweeping. We're only getting like 300 to 500 miles a year. Once we redo our on-call contracts, that's the next program really I want to focus on and see how we can increase the service.
Is that something that we could bid out again and maybe have a contractor do it?
Hold on a minute, from the 8th. Hold on.
All right, you were looking away, so.
No, yeah. I'm fully locked in.
I'm good.
Mr. from the 4, fully locked in.
Thank you, sir. One of the things that I think is important that Dr. Malik did not mention too much, it's a very essential part of the stormwater program, and that's mosquito control. All these ditches and things and ponds we're cutting, mosquito control it being as cost or share with the Richmond County Health Department, that has worked out extremely well for Richmond County to reduce these pests as part of this program. And I think they need to be commended for that, along with all the other work that the stormwater program has done. And if you want to ride through a business district, Skyview Lane off of Bourne Highway, National Avenue, there's a fantastic project going on there that is going to relieve flooding that has been going on for a number of over 20 years or more. And during the last huge rain, that particular project, although incomplete, it was extremely functional, even though it was incomplete in relieving the flooding. Water rose, but it went down extremely quick. So I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Mr. from the 8th.
Thank you, Mayor. The question I was trying to ask was, is the street sweeping something that we need to bid out to see if that would provide a better service to our constituents?
We can try that out, but really the major struggle is to find the funding, proper funding for this program to balance, the balancing act, you know, with all other services we're trying to deliver with the money we have. So we had to cut funding from other programs to add additional funds to this program. We can try bidding it out. See, I don't have the information how much environmental services or the cost was, but that was not monthly basis. They were on quarterly basis. Yeah, that contract was to every quarter.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner from the 5th.
this is more of a question for Commissioner Size. Commissioner Size, you said something about stormwater administrative fee monies or something that we may be able to recoup or something. Can you respond to that?
That was part of the financial meeting that Commissioner Fenoy held, reference funding, finance, and I think that's been implemented. That's supposed to be in the budget so that we can add additional, not add, but put more of the stormwater money into actual operations versus coming back in as a franchise fee. And I think that has been implemented, and we'll be checking to make sure it has. And that will put some more money back in the actual project arena.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Commissioner from the 8th, what's your pleasure? We received this information.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, my hand is up now.
Okay, hold on. All right. I'm gonna tell the commissioner from the 6th the same thing I told the commissioner from the 9th. I'm on a smaller screen. Hold your horses. Ain't trying to.
All right, I'm gonna leave the comment, keep the commentary to myself.
Well,
Mr. Mayor, Dr. Hamid.
Yes, sir.
I got two things. You made mention of trying to lower the contract costs, especially for the grass cutting, if I'm not mistaken. I apologize if I misquote you in advance. But you also said, I think now you may be getting $3,200 per mile, and you want to cut it by probably potential $1,000 or something. And you don't have to respond to it. I'll just kind of just take it as information if you don't mind. And that is, if you're talking about $1,000, you're cutting the contract by a third. And what you're suggesting is that this thing is seriously overpriced to be able to do that. But I think most of these vendors have staff and things of that nature. Probably I would consider in the 500 range, but $1,000, you couldn't have each one of those contracts by 1,000. And like I said, the only way that can survive is pretty much you're suggesting that you believe, and you don't have to respond, Doctor. Something to take is that you're suggesting that this thing is really, really being overpriced, and you're trying to bring it into compliance. So you don't have to respond to it. I just want to be mindful of what I hear you saying, and I could be misinterpreting it. And I'm hoping if you go down that road and you believe it to be factual, that you would come back and let us take a look at that before you put that on the street, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner, we will go through the procurement process. It's not something I want to dictate. You know, there's a fair market analysis and looking at what the GDOT is paying and all others, and that's what the actual, when we did the on-call, looking at all that. So it's not, I'm not picking the number, and I will not pick the number. You know, we will go through the procurement process, and it'll be very fair to all that. So,
Mr. Mayor,
I'm saying that the market analysis indicates that price can be, can be lower about that much.
Well, Doc, my one suggestion to you on that, like I say, I'm not challenging that, but please don't use GDOT as an example, because GDOT is so cheap, we won't even take on the county roads, because they don't want to pay nobody. So please don't use them as an example. Thank you, Doc.
all right. I think we've heard Commissioner from the 8th close this item.
I appreciate it, Mayor. And I think Commissioner Dennis Williams has already spoken to, receiving this as information, and I do appreciate all the information that was provided in this report. Thank you.
Are you gonna second that, Mr. Garrett?
Madam Clerk will receive it as information by affirmation.
Without?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right.
Thank you.
I've got
25, 26, and the addendum agenda.
Yeah. All right.
I think Commissioner, Mr. Fenoy is 26. Mr. Williams, we can refer that to the next meeting. Is he on?
He's not on. I mean, he says he's on, but I think the reason why we just can't talk about it. Put it on here, but we can go ahead and talk about it. Be done with it.
Which one is that?
That's 25. The Waste Haulers contract. All right.
I move that we extend the present contract for 2 years.
A second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Voted.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis, and Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams. That motion carries with Ms. Davis, Mr. Franum, and Mr. Marion Williams out.
Okay. Item number 26.
Motion to approve the naming of the Lake Armstead Amphitheater in the honor of former commissioners Andrew Jefferson and H. Grady Smith.
Commissioner from the first.
Mr. Mayor, I tried to get this item added to the consent agenda, and we had some objection. I would like to hear what the objection is.
From the
So that was Commissioner from the 10th that objected.
Okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner from the 10th. It's getting
I'll
late.
speak on it if you want me to. You probably tired of hearing
You
from me.
for everything. The mayor is. No, Commissioner Fenoy, I don't absolutely have any problem with these two fine people that served not only the community, but the church and their families extremely well. I considered both of these gentlemen friends of mine. I just think at this time going forward, I don't think that we need to start naming buildings or streets or anything else after people at this particular point. Maybe down the road we could come back and revisit this, but at this particular point in time, I don't think that we should do this. I can understand your reasons for wanting to do this, sir, but at this particular point, I would have to object to it. Thank you.
May I, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
You know, we have the Tennessee Road is named after Webster.
First.
Yes.
In for a minute. Let me offer a suggestion. I'll make a motion.
All right, let me hear what you got to say, Mr. Mayor.
No, I'm saying, why don't you make a motion of what you want to see happen here?
To approve the naming of
Second.
Lake Armstead after Andrew Jefferson and Grady Smith.
All right, voting.
Mr. Clark,
No.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett.
No.
Was that a no, sir?
No.
Okay. Mr. Hassan,
Yes.
Mr. Sias, Mr. Sires? Out. Okay.
No, ma'am.
Oh, what was that, sir?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams? That motion fails with Mr. Clark, Mr. Garrett, and Mr. Sight is voting no. Ms. Davis, Mr. Franham, and Mr. Marion Williams out.
Is that the last item?
No,
No.
Dang.
Still have 3.
we're gonna be here till 7 o'clock.
Oh, Jesus.
All lonely.
How long? You on the main line?
Somebody got that done.
All
Sign
lonely.
up for it.
We're not gonna do legal?
You on the main line? Tell them what you want.
That's right. We do have them.
Them, those prayers
All right.
come good to the
Madam
top.
Clerk, we're gonna go the addendum agenda and
All right, we're on the addendum agenda. Item number 1,
number 3.
receives information and update regarding CARES Act funding as it relates to Governor Kemp's announcement on Thursday, October 15th.
Administrator Sims.
So move.
Second.
Mayor and Commissioners, just for information purposes, we emailed you all last week an update from the governor regarding the CARES Act funding, that there would not be any round 2 or round 3 funding. We thought it was important for you all to know that. We also included itemized of the $10.3 million that we received from the first round to show you the itemized expenditures for information purposes as well.
Administrator Sims, I want to clarify, those were proposed expenditures. Is that correct?
Correct. I'm sorry, proposed expenditures.
All right, very well. All right, Commissioner from the 4th. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to ask the administrator a couple questions, sir.
Sure.
Okay, reference to funding, exactly how much, so we're talking about the budget deficit, exactly, other than spent or committed funding.
Commissioner
How
from
much?
the 4th, can you suspend? Once
Sure.
again, I'm going to ask everyone. No, you don't want to, but I'm going to ask you to do it.
Yeah, since I have, from you looking at, what stood out to you, what was asked, and what were the recommendations?
Well, in the department itself, there seems to be some concern.
Got Hollywood on the end over there.
We good? We good now?
Hollywood number 2. Go ahead.
All right, the question here is to Mr. Sims, other than what we have committed, other than what we have spent, exactly how much CARES funding do we have remaining? Discounting committed and spent.
I'm discounting the projected expenditures. We're reflecting unallocated $1.6 million.
You said, what I'm saying, those project, have we committed to that by a vote from the commission?
Some of the expenditures, commissioners, are necessary, such as the purchase of the PPE equipment, the COVID-19 medical expenses that we incurred, also some medical expenses we are anticipating. So they qualify for CARES Act funding, and those are the ones that we are showing to you all.
Okay, well, we're gonna use, since for that purpose, I'll use what you have said then. So if you take out what you said we need to really pay, what we've committed to, and how much do we have left?
Unallocated is $1.6 million.
All right, anything wrong with putting that in the budget?
I have my finance director that can go into details on that question.
So hold on. Let me do this, Commissioner Size. There's $7.2 million that is remaining from the original 10.3. 3.1 has already been expended, and of that 7.2, the commission made a decision to appropriate 1.4 to Payne College. So 7.2 minus 1.4, that number is probably 4.8. You know, $5.8 million, 5.9 million dollars. That's what you're working with. And of that $5.9 million, that remaining list is a list of projected expenses. We all know that the election board said they don't need the 250. We all know that absent the previous PPE purchase that we made, we haven't identified what additional PPE needs will be there to come out of the remaining 5.2. The medical expenses, quote, increase, those are all, as you've read and has been said, are projected expenses that are allowable under CARES. Your question as it relates to taking the additional, if the number was actually 1.6, could we put that in the general fund? CARES Act, the law says that you cannot replace revenue with that. So if this is a question around revenue replacement, that's not an allowable expense. They would have to have been expenses that were directly related to and or tied to COVID. And that list is fairly broad. So, but it can't be used for revenue replacement, Commissioner.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I wasn't intended for my question to come, my request for information come out like that. We have a lot of expenses in 21 that will be related to COVID. So I guess my point is, can we put that to some COVID-related expenses in 21?
No,
it has to be spent before then.
Has to be spent by 31 December 2020.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna let it go. Thank you.
Commissioner from the second.
You're muted.
Then eighth. Commissioner from the second,
Okay.
eighth, first. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, my first question was, how did this action affect us? And then secondly, that the money that we voted to have for small businesses in the area, is that money still available?
Yeah, actually,
the finance director to answer that.
So Commissioner,
I couldn't hear for a minute there. Go ahead.
So Commissioner Dennis Williams, the first question as far as how did it affect us, we all were anticipating round 2 and round 3 fundings from CARES Act, which was indicated back in July from the governor's office. By us not receiving that definitely impacted our organization. In regards to the small business, that is a separate funding, and that does not impact what we were talking about today.
Okay.
That is actually handled in a different CARES Act funding that we received.
Thank you.
Mr. from the 8th.
Thanks, sir. I'm no engineer from Georgia Tech, but reading the funding analysis that was included in our packet, it says that we initially received 10.3 million and have spent 7.3 that has to be spent on COVID expenses, which includes public safety overtime, Coronavirus Response Act, PPE, medical expenses, etc. Then there is the 1.4 that was spent for Payne College. And I'm hoping that at some point we can talk about rescinding that because of the budget shortfall. But that says that all in all says we have spent 8.7 million, which leaves the 1.6 that the administrator spoke about. But in regards to this, I think that we do need to have the finance director in on this discussion.
Well, the finance director is here, but make no mistake about it. Let's be clear. The 7.2 million has not been spent. received that money on September the 2nd. The day after, we were required to make our first submissions through the open OPB portal, which we did. We met that timeline. And on this day after, we received in our bank account the $7.2 million.
Jarvis, is that correct or incorrect?
As far as receiving the funding in our account, that is correct.
No, as far as what the mayor is saying, there's 7.2 that has not been spent.
I'll say it this way. We do know we have COVID related expenditures out there. And for the funding that we receive, it's appropriate for those expenditures that we have. And Director Williams can also chime in if she like.
Yes, we are going to expend an increased level of expenditures due to COVID-19. That's not a big surprise to anybody. Each one of those items that are listed on this sheet, through the month of August, our medical claims related to COVID on our healthcare program have already exceeded $1.6 million. That is just through August. We anticipate and we get from Blue Cross Blue Shield that we could expect those expenditures through the end of this year to be an additional $1.4 million. The PPE and the equipment, through the end of September, PPE and equipment that allows our employees to work remotely have already exceeded a little over $1 million, $1.2 million. And so we do expect to incur some more expenditures related to PPE. These are all eligible expenditures from the CARES Act. So I am very comfortable with this number that we put out there, that we are going to incur or expect to incur approximately $7.3 million as an organization.
Mr. Garrett, go ahead.
No, I think she answered the question about the expenditures that are coming up available. You know, I would like to put it on the table that we seriously consider not allocating the Payne College funds out there into the community with the shortfalls that we're facing. That's a motion.
From the first. I see your hand, sir.
I guess I'll put it down, Nanny.
Yeah, I see.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
We made a motion to appropriate $1.4 million to Payne College, and that the expenditures be vetted through our attorney. At this point, I would like the actually attorney have the Payne done what they supposed to do to get the 1.4 million.
Brown.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Benoit, I think, well, the law department has looked at what Payne's initiatives and requests are, and I believe that they are eligible for the funding that the commission has awarded them. The only that will be left for them to do is to sign a grant agreement that we have with, similar to what we have with other organizations that we provide grants to, and that a grant agreement would include the necessity. Payne would have to agree that the funds and their use of the funds will be subject to an audit by an independent CPA firm, and that Augusta would be entitled to the financial statements from that audit.
Okay, may I continue, Mr. Mayor?
I also have also have worked with Payne to that those funds would have to be accounted for by December 31st of 2021.
Okay.
They believe that the expenditures will go much faster than that.
Okay.
But there's no legal objections to what the commission has approved.
Okay. With that being said, Attorney Brown, as soon as we get the agreement signed, the funds can be released.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Unless the commission reverse grant.
All right. Well, with that being said, I think we need to work on getting the agreement signed and the funds released.
Very well. I can't tell. I've slid over here to the second screen. The commissioner from the 6th has joined us. He's back. I don't know if he had his hand up and wanted to speak to this or not.
No, so I'm fine, Mr. Mayor. I've heard the comments from the attorney and from Mr. Fenoy. I think that's the only thing that was around it. So I'm satisfied with what I heard.
All right, thank you. All right, back to the commissioner from the 4th.
Where?
It's on you.
All right, thank you. No, and actually, the attorney answered my question. My question was there any legal opposition or legal reason for not to move forward with what we had approved? And he answered that question as no. So there was no legal obligation, and that was my number one question. So he has the green light to proceed forward, as far as I'm concerned, according to what the commission approved. Thank you.
All right. All right. The commissioner from the 8th made a motion. He failed to receive a proper second.
What was the motion, Mayor?
Mr. from the 8th. I mean, he'd have to start over at this point.
Rescind the CARES Act allocation to Payne College in the amount of $1.4 million.
Second.
Voted.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy,
No.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Son,
No.
Mr. Sias,
No.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
No. No.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
No.
Mr. Marion Williams,
No.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Hey,
Not Mr. Marion Williams' cousin, but Mr.
You just
official vote now.
Yeah,
This is
he signed up
official
for that. Mr. Mayor, he signed up for that. Now, don't let him forget that.
That motion fails with Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Hassan, Mr. Sias, Mr. Bobby Williams, Mr. Dennis Williams voting no.
All right.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Franum, and Mr. Williams out.
All right. Very well. Okay. We're going to go to item number.
Don't we have to receive number 1?
Well, we receive it. We're going to receive that for information. We're going to item number 2 on your addendum agenda.
We put that on the consent.
Okay, we did?
Yes.
We did. All right, number 3, administrative services. Final item of the day.
Raising commissioner salaries to $40,000.
Unanimously.
First.
I got the floor, Mr. Mayor.
You do? Why don't you just make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that beginning in 2021, commissioners be paid $40,000 a year.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. from the 5th.
I want to make a substitute motion, 25,000. And let me say, may I ask the attorney a question?
You may.
Attorney Brown, if we vote today, when would this money be active?
If you could vote today, I believe that the money will be active January of 2023.
Okay, why do you say if we could?
I would ask that you not vote on this today. I want to review a little further. I believe that a vote today would be improper under state law. I believe that during the period of time in the same year that these seats were qualified, you have to wait till January of the following year before you take a vote to raise the salary. And then they will go into effect after the January after the year of the next general election. But I believe that a vote, at this moment, I believe that a vote would not be timely.
Thank you.
But this matter could be forwarded to another commission meeting. We could be certain on that.
Commissioner Fenoy.
Yes, sir.
You want to wait?
I'll wait. I mean, I won't be here, but I'll wait. Y'all could always bring me back to vote on it. I'd be.
Well, I'm a no anyway. I ain't touching this.
All right, so we're gonna leave this alone.
Yeah,
We'll receive it for discussion. It'll defer it to the attorney. We'll come back another date certain and talk about it at that time. There is one item, again, we are here, and there's one item that we do need to address from a legal standpoint. Absent going into legal, there's only one item that we absolutely need to address. We had given previously the attorney authority to address the issue dealing with the probate court judge and that matter. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to add the item of Rice v. Judge James and the resolution to the agenda. And if there's no objection, we'll add it to the agenda without objection.
We're going to discuss it in closed session?
No, we don't have to if we add it to the agenda because we've already addressed this matter. All we're doing is affirming what we've given the attorney's authority to do and bringing this matter before the commission.
Okay.
All right, Attorney Brown.
What we would simply like to do in addition to adding is we have to formally be on the record anyway to approve the resolution. And we have the resolution prepared. So we would like to request that a commissioner make a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims related to civil action 1:17 CV 00039 in the aggregate amount of $110,000 and authorize the administrator to disperse that amount, waiving any other code provisions of Augusta, Georgia in the matter of Angela Rice versus Augusta, Georgia in the probate court.
Move.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Voting.
Mr. Clark,
No.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Clark voting no, Ms. Davis, Mr. Franklin, and Mr. Williams out.
Oh, Lord.
I do not believe there's any additional business before, and it's 6:30. I believe the sun has gone down, and it is absolutely late in the evening.
Our son's still here.
I'm ready to go home.
Mr. Mayor, can I get a point of personal privilege?
Well, you can, but
I'm gonna make it short.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
It seems like we can give everybody what they want, hand them out money and raises, except the commissioners. And somehow that just doesn't seem right.
That's right.
That's all I want to say. But if it was left up to me, I'd give the commissioners 40,000 a year and the mayor 150,000 a year.
But
If it
man, he
was
threw
left
it
up to
in
me.
for you.
All right, this meeting
I guess it's a good thing we can't give ourselves raises.
And the mayor would donate his to buy a new Georgia Tech football team.